Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome everybody to day 2 of the Joint Tribal Relations Committee. Heather, let's go ahead and do roll call and then we'll do introductions.
Mr. Chairman, for Friday, August 20th, 2021, this is roll call. Senator Case. Senator Salazar.
Here.
Representative Blackburn.
Here.
Representative Clifford. Here. Co-Chairman Ellis.
Present.
Co-Chairman Larson.
Here. Thank you. As tradition, we generally start our tribal relations meetings by introductions from the audience. We've done roll call and introduced the members of the select committee. I think this morning, perhaps we'll start over here with Mr. McNiven and then Scotty, if we could kind of come along that back, and we'll end up here with Mrs. Blackburn. And special counsel to this committee. Thank you, Jesse. It's nice to have you with us today. Couple of just items of business. Just ask the committee members, if you haven't filled out your reimbursement sheets, to please do that. Get them into Heather. Would really like to acknowledge appreciation to the Northern Arapaho Business Council last night for hosting a social event. It was fun to be able to exhale a little bit and just talk last night about a number of things. We had a full day yesterday, and my head at least was spinning, and it was nice to kind of get some clarification on some things in a less formal setting. So I appreciate that. I'd like to also recognize Madam Chairman. Scott Ratliff's here, who is with Senator Lummis's office, but just and I haven't, excuse me, Scott, for doing this, but I just would like to extend appreciation for all the work he put in on the Veterans Memorial. And also Scott was selected as one of the pallbearers for Senator Enzi, which I think was a huge honor, but says a lot about Scott and what he's done for the state and his involvement. So Scott, congratulations and job well done. Just want to recognize that. Madam Chairman, any comments from you before we start?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just one, and we had a busy day yesterday and a lot to cover. Just wanted to express appreciation for the Shoshone-Bannock tribal members who came to our meeting yesterday. I got a chance to visit with them last night, and it was really great. They did ask where we normally meet, and I said normally Fort Washakie or someplace on the reservation. And so I thought it was just worth mentioning that because of COVID concerns, when we set our meeting locations earlier this year, I think there was just concern about restrictions, and out of respect for the tribes, we thought it would be better to have a meeting at the CWC and here in Riverton. But certainly when the time is right for us to return to the reservation, if invited and if that works out, we very much like meeting there too. So just wanted to offer those remarks.
Just to follow up with that, there's only a select number of locations around the state that have the capacity to do the Zoom meeting and provide the distancing that we have. And so all of the, we had scheduled some committee meetings in Lander. There's no place that can do this type of meeting format in Lander. So
well, there might be dispute about that.
Well, there might be, that might have been corrected, but this has been one of those where we have. So thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think with that, we will go into our first item of business, which is item number 11 on our meeting. And the intent of this was to get an update from both tribes on the benefits and the improvements and things that they accomplished with the CARES Act money and how the tribes addressed the COVID issues last year. I think committee, we recognized that the tribes really were out in front of the state in addressing the healthcare issues and social distancing. COVID impacted our citizens on the reservation in a larger proportion, and the councils responded, I think, very quickly and really provided an example to the rest of the state on how to, and we followed much of the pattern that they'd done. I don't know if we were scheduled to have Karen Snyder here, the coordinator for the Eastern Shoshone Tribe. I don't see Karen here. And I don't see any representation from the Northern Arapaho Tribe unless I'm missing the boat there.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing is that we are a bit early. Otherwise, I don't have any feedback on where they may be.
Well, we've got some flexibility there. If as they show up, we can kind of come back to that. I think we can go into item 12, ownership of fossils and artifacts. That's not going to, so we'll move into that. And Heather, if we could just have you come up. Oh,
There she
good.
is. And Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I know there's the archaeologist from the Arapaho tribe that will come for the other piece. Maybe we should wait for her.
we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Good morning, Karen. Good morning. We're very happy to have you. We would like to, so we have you, Karen, we've got you on here for just curious on an update on what the tribe done with COVID funds last year, things that you were able to accomplish with those and how you address the challenges of COVID. We just was talking about how the tribes really were out in front of this in relationship to the rest of the state. And then as you kind of wind that up, if you could kind of bring us up to speed. We asked Chairman St. Clair on the funds that came to the Eastern Shoshone Tribe through the ARP money. And he says, wait till Karen gets here. She knows all that. So, and then they talked but then we're curious as to what any ideas or suggestions that you've got on what the tribe's going to do with the ARP money as move forward.
Thank you and good morning.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. So good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's good to see all of you. I think all of you know who I am. At the time when COVID hit, I was an elected official for the Eastern Shoshone Tribe. Yes.
We do know you, but
Okay.
those watching don't. So if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself.
Sure. Okay. For the record, my name is Karen Snyder, and I am currently the COVID coordinator for the Eastern Shoshone Tribe. And as I started to, and I want to thank you for the invite. It's good to see all of you. At the time when COVID hit, I was actually an elected official for the Shoshone Tribe. And when my term was up, within 5 days, I transitioned to the COVID coordinator. So I haven't had much of a break or a vacation, but I do what I do. So what I will say initially, going back and looking at COVID and when we first received the CARES funding, the Eastern Shoshone Tribe was totally unprepared. We lacked resources, we lacked testing facilities, we didn't have a quarantine facility. So there was really a lot. We didn't have PPE. So there was really a lot that we were not prepared for. I'm going to say probably the biggest challenge that was presented to us was we didn't have a quarantine, and those positive cases were hitting, and they were hitting quick. So one of the things, I'm going to say one of the other big challenges that we had is the Eastern Shoshone Tribe has never done self-governance with our Indian Health Service. And it was very hard for us to get a medical directive for our tribal members in regards to COVID, how you shelter in place or whatever that, directive may be, because we are still under Indian Health Service. And it had to go all the way up the chain in order to provide a medical directive. So we improvised and we utilized our tribal health department, Dave Myers, and he stepped up. I mean, he stepped up big time. He's not a physician, but he did step up into that capacity. But that was really one of our big challenges. We couldn't even get out a public service announcement because it could not come because of the bureaucracy with the Indian Health Service. Very disappointing. So thankfully, we started collaborating and working closely with, through our tribal health program with Wind River Cares. And that's finally when we came forward with some medical directives is through Dr. Ebert. He was really the medical oversight for, I'm going to say, the entire reservation. So that was very helpful. That collaboration with the Northern Arapaho tribe and those medical facilities were really critical because what we wanted to do was provide a common message to all of our members. So people didn't walk away just thinking, well, you can do this here if you work here, and you can quarantine for 10 days if you work here. We really tried to have a common message. So, and as I look back on it right now, it's really heartbreaking to me when I have to recap and look at the loss of lives. I know it really impacted the Northern Arapaho tribe. Eastern Shoshone was a little bit more fortunate in that aspect, but it still hits us. I mean, we're all related. So it's really hard to go back and look at that. And now with the resurgence and with what's going on now with the Delta variant, it's pretty scary. And one of the things that in retrospect, when I look back, I'm always concerned, did the tribe provide enough guidance and leadership to our long-term nursing home, Morningstar Manor, and the dialysis center? Those are two facilities that have very vulnerable populations. And I don't know for sure to this day if we provided enough guidance. They have a lot of directives that come from the state for Medicare, Medicaid, those kind of entities. But I really want to make sure that as we go through this again, that the tribe is there for them and we find them good directives as they deal with those vulnerable populations. I think the next step that we probably took during this time period, we were getting the CARES funding, and then working with the medical facilities, entities, and the Northern Arapaho tribe, it resulted in what was called the stay-at-home order. And that was not popular, I think, primarily because of what it was called. It's like, do we have to stay home because of the order? Can we go anywhere? So the terminology, I think, was a little bit misleading. But again, it was our first draft, and it was the first time we had, tried to get people to stay home reservation wide. Certainly not a popular document, and I know it's been recreated now through the Wind River Intertribal Council, and it's just called a public health order. So I think the terminology is no longer misleading, and really what the intent was that they used words like shelter in place and some of those things, and not sure that they're always relevant, as we look back in retrospect. I'm going to say one of the other big variables that Eastern Shoshone tribe dealt with as we encountered COVID was our housing situation. We have all of those multi-generational families living within those houses, same roof, just a dense housing population. And it means there's a lot of homelessness and lack of housing overall. And the tribe still faces that, but thankfully we have some things underway and going right now. So hopefully we'll find some relief. I think one of the other things that I think why COVID hit the Eastern Shoshone tribe or the Wind River Reservation so hard is prior to COVID, we were already economically disadvantaged. I mean, the tribe hasn't had huge success. Oil and gas decline over the last couple of years. We went back and looked at the data, and it's been a steady decline. We see some things, recovering now. We don't have enterprises right now that are giving the tribe a good investment, a return on our investment. And so I'm going to say the Eastern Shoshone tribe was really economically disadvantaged prior to COVID. And so that just crippled us even further. So now on to some of the good things that we did with the CARES funding. I think one of the most successful projects that we had was the weatherization program that we put together with our CARES funding. We remodeled approximately 200 elder homes, remodeling not necessarily structurally or cosmetically, but what we did was for weatherization, and it was either roofs or siding, hot water heaters, furnaces, windows and doors. And so we really changed the landscape for about 200 seniors. And it was really gratifying when you see that, because I didn't know this. I mean, when I was an elected official, I didn't know that we had elders, senior citizens living in mold. They were living in homes with standing water in their basements. And there really wasn't an avenue for the tribe to fix it. That's what CARES funding did for us, is we got in there, and I think we've improved the quality of life for a lot of our seniors, and we brought them their health standards are a lot better now because of their living conditions. The other bonus with that was that we hired Bullet Construction, and that's a young up and coming tribally owned construction company. And because of the efforts of that crew, and they took the initiation to say, we will do this for you. Not all of them had the skills that they needed, but right now, because of this company and because of the work we put together, we have at least 28 skilled roofers, skilled siders that can install doors and windows. They can put in furnaces and hot water heaters. And I think they can really go out and compete in the real world because of those skills. So that was really one of the bonuses that we achieved through this, is not only did we bring employment to some people, but we also really improved the lives and quality of the Shoshone people, some of our tribal members. So I don't know, I'm talking an awful lot. Does anybody have any questions? Or do you want me to just keep going? I really don't have too much more.
Why don't we keep going, Karen, and then I think we'll have some questions at the end.
Okay. I mean, a couple of the other benefits that the Shoshone tribe has is we completely beefed up our Shoshone Roads program. And the intent with that was we wanted to make sure, and especially in the event of a resurgence of COVID, that our seniors could get in and out of their homes. And if ambulances or, medical people needed to get into their homes. So we completely beefed up our Shoshone Roads department. They have new equipment. They have, everything that they need to grade roads, to put gravel in. The other thing is, I think last year when COVID really peaked and the tribe was kind of, we were kind of we didn't know for sure if we should close down completely, but it was really bad. So during that time period, we were able to transition, I believe, the entire tribe to where everybody could telework. And so that is still a capacity that we have now. Right now, we've improved some internet services out in the Fort Washakie area. And again, that's through some of the efforts of Wind River Internet, but we are looking at additional internet services. We actually did some groundwork for the tribe for our tribal health build program to build a stockpile facility. It's going to be kind of their wellness facility, but it's also going to be a cold storage, a place for them to put together care packages or, to take home to deliver to people that may be in quarantine. As far as tribal structures, we weren't able to do a whole lot with that. We did change out heating units within the primary tribal building. And I think by looking at some of those older buildings, we've come to the sad realization that most of our tribal structures our primary ones are at least 50 years old. And in lots of other societies, they would be condemned. But for right now, that's really all we've got. So I guess a couple of the other services that we created was a wood cutting program. We purchased new vehicles for many of our programs, but those were primarily for food delivery. We provided meth cleanup through housing, for some of our contaminated units. We purchased laptops for all of our higher ed students, and we provided funds for the volunteer fire department. And we did some work on solid waste. I know Representative Larson, that's one of your passions, but we did provide some additional equipment. for solid waste. And there's other things that we did. We did get the aid to tribal government through the BIA. So there was other things that we had done with that capacity. I just don't, it's a long list. So that's kind of pretty much what the Eastern Shoshone Tribe has achieved with our CARES funding.
Questions for Karen? Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Karen.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for the good report and all the good work that you're doing, and the Eastern Shoshone is in good hands. I have a question about the internet, the fiber. Is it all the way up to Ethity? Is it the fiber? Do you know with Wind River Internet and what they were laying there along Ethity Road?
I believe the fiber is there, and we have just recently, we're working with another group, White Cloud Technology. But the fiber is actually there. There's some right-of-way issues, I believe, that are before they can actually take it live. There are some right-of-way issues for right now, and that's a lot of. I think that it could have changed because some of that, when they did the land buyback, some of that, the lands that they had to go through are now tribal lands. So some of that could have actually changed. So they may have to start to redo some of that, but it is there.
So Karen, and on this broadband expansion, it's there, but what's it going to take to get it to the buildings, to the, is it, when you say it's there, is it just in the ground, or have we got it that last mile? Have we got the hookups into tribal offices or into homes, or is that coming later?
I think that's going to come later because it's going to have to be a collaboration with the tribes as to how they develop that further. And I know initially, and I worked with Wind River Internet, Mr. Lawson, we had, quite a few communications. The tribes actually were competing for an FCC license, and it seemed very counterproductive to me. Because in my opinion, Wind River Internet kind of has that market sewed up, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but they do have, they've been up and running, and I think they've proven themselves. So, whatever we do, moving that forward, because I know Fort Washakie School still has a lot of challenges, and they're talking about using, and this is really an odd name, Geeks Without Frontiers. And I believe it's satellite based. Yeah. So there's still a lot of collaboration that needs to occur to get that last mile in, or to take that right up to the residences, but we're not there yet, Chairman.
I'd like to follow up with a couple, because you talked about Morningstar long-term care, which was a big issue during the COVID thing. Did you have any cases that surfaced in Morningstar, and if not, what did you do to keep them? How did you work through that?
Representative Larson, I believe there was one case where they had one positive COVID case, but from the very onset of COVID, I'm going to say our administrator did an outstanding job. She had the facility locked down. All of the employees were required to test frequently, and there was absolutely no visitors from the outside. So when they had the positive patient, they were able to do within their own facility, provide somewhat of a quarantine. They did quarantine that individual within the facility. But beyond that, I don't think they may have had some staff issues with positive COVID cases, but our administrator, Tammy Reed, did an outstanding job of managing that.
Very good. And then are you, I was glad that you brought up housing, and with the question I have on housing, that weatherization, did that take, was it housing authority houses, private houses, or both, or? And the reason I ask this is because this committee's come through and looked at the housing authority and looked at housing, because we know that's a challenge on the reservation, and we've actually talked about the problems that you once again highlighted, the difficulty some, and so it's really encouraging to see that some of that money went to that. But were most of them housing authority houses or private houses?
It was kind of a mix. So When we went out and did the initial assessment, they did do some just private, individually owned homes. They also did houses that were conveyed, meaning at one point they were housing stock and the homeowner owned them, so they were conveyed. And we did do a few homes that were still under Shoshone housing. And with those, and we have yet to do this yet because we're going through our warranties and those kind of things. But what happens in those instances is if they're still under as housing stock and they still pay rent on them, it improves the value of that home and it lessens their insurance. So we've got to report the amount of work, that we did. If it was install a metal roof or siding or whatever it would be, we would report that to housing, and then they look at those variables and changing. It improves the value of the home, and then I think it decreases the premium on their insurance that housing carries.
And are you moving, continuing on with your wood project? That was, both tribes really had quite an undertaking in providing fuel for heating and stuff. And has that carried on through the summer?
Yeah, no, we did it in a one lump sum, but I think the majority of the benefit carried on through the summer. It depended on whatever, like we did a $1,500 allocation to the utility of choice. So if a person chose propane, they could get 3 or 4 propane fill-ups. And then with summer, yeah, it probably went through. And then it kind of coincided with LEAP. So some of those clients transitioned immediately over to LEAP. If an individual chose to have their electric bill paid, then I think those credits are still they're probably still getting their utility through that credit.
So then that shift gears, we come through with the ARP funding, what has the tribe got? Are you going to be sitting in that chair as well, Karen, to drive that ship some, or?
I'm going to say, I don't want to say unfortunately, but yes, I'm still initially the job description. And actually, I don't know if Mike Ute, or Councilman Ute, I don't know if he's here, but he was actually the initial COVID coordinator. And then him and I just basically switched jobs. And I don't know if he wants to contribute anything more, but I'm going to be continuing to do the art funds. We had to kind of tweak the job description a little bit because really what my job is dealing just primarily with those budgets and then making sure that all of these, whatever the council chooses that they're carried out. So that's basically my job. But the title is a little bit misleading because it could encumber anything. It could encumber COVID testing, a quarantine. There's a lot that kind of just defaults to my desk because of the title, but that's okay. If I fill in the blanks or fill in gaps, I'm fine with that also.
So could you kind of bring us up to speed? Do you feel like you have the guidance that you need from Treasury on what the art money can be used for? Are you getting it in 2 pots? How much did the Shoshone tribe get based on population, and what are some of the plans that the tribe has discussed for use of these ARP dollars?
Representative Larson, I would prefer that the disclosure of the amount that the Shoshone tribe received come from our leadership, it come from our council. But I can tell you that we don't have a complete budget yet. And I think because of the way that the ARP fund is coming out, it's not an emergency plan. We are going to do a lot more strategic. We are going to do a lot more with making sure that we plan and that they're all going to be allowable. As far as our audit in regards to our CARES funding, we're looking pretty good. We don't think that anything is going to be challenged through the audit process. But as far as our, we do have a preliminary plan as to what we want to do, but I don't know, it's nowhere close to final. And I think also like the state I don't think has their art plan, up and fully developed yet either. So the tribes are right there. We do have some ideas of some things. I think the collective feeling that I get from the Business Council is that we really want to do some investment in infrastructure for the tribe. We That's one of the questions that we really have. If you look at that interim final rule, it's 151 pages. And I know throughout the document, I listened to, I sat in on a lot of the webinars that were provided through tribal consultation. I listened to a lot of those. And it was the feeling of the majority of the tribes that that interim final rule should not apply to the tribes, that they should have had their own, because kind of throughout the document, the interim final rule, they talk about all the flexibility and, that they're going to provide to tribal governments. But yet, when you go back and you look at, can we do this and can we do that? We don't really know if that's going to be allowable under that rule. That's one of the big questions that we have right now is, can we create infrastructure, or can we fix some of our infrastructure problems that we have with some of our old buildings? There's really a lot. And we'd like to do some economic development, but Representative Larson, I do not have enough detail as to what that budget is going to look like as of yet. So.
Well, and I think that's the same discussion we're having statewide. We don't know that we have all the guidance. We talked a little bit yesterday with the chairman and, on just what the criteria is to use the ARP money, replacing general fund dollars and whatnot. So Chairman St. Clair, do you know what the allocation was to the Shoshone tribe on the ARP dollars?
I do know, but I don't want to. I consult with the remainder of the.
Okay. Okay. All righty. Well, any other questions for Karen? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Spoonhunter, good morning to you.
Good morning. And I send apologies from our COVID manager, Josh Monroe, who could not be here today. Thank you, Chairman Larson, Chairman Ellis, Representative Clifford, and the rest of the Tribal Select Committee for allowing us this time today. So I am going to give the best I can do. And so let's start with Wind River Cares. And when we first start meeting back in February, we knew this was coming. Our doctors, two of our doctors had worked in Puerto Rico before and had seen things similar to what was coming here as COVID-19. And so they went to our CEO of the Wind River Healthcare, which was Rick Brannon. Then he came to the council and met with us, and we started, what can we do to be proactive and save as much lives as possible? And that's always been our goal. And we thank our CEO of our healthcare clinic, Rick Brannon, for taking that action and meeting with the tribal leaders. And so we worked hand in hand. We worked with Representative Clifford. We were on many calls to try to protect our tribal members and the community, and so we put into testing. We have testing every week. We have drive-through testing at Arapahoe, at Ethity, and also at 12th Street in Riverton, out of 3 of our medical facilities there. Wind River Cares, again, as you all know, is a 638 contract through IHS. So we're able to do a lot of other things that IHS is restricted as far as what they can and cannot do, and get approval through the IHS system there. And so we've been able to test as many people as so we can try to keep our members safe. And so we've done over 108,000 tests to date. Over 108,000 tests, COVID tests. And those are the rapid tests, but also the state tests that we administer through the clinic. And again, it's up to the medical providers what tests you get. And so we've been able to do that. We've been able to work with them to contact trace. We still contact trace every positive case. We have the staff there at Wind River Cares who contact trace and then contact the people that came in contact with somebody who tested positive. We're still doing that today. So we connect the puzzle pieces, so to speak, as far as the positive cases that come through Wind River Cares. we are, as of right now, also, you all know that we used our Winterberg Hotel Casino to, quarantine at one point last year. And then we also have the modular homes that are at the Arapahoe Power Grounds. So we still have the COVID shelter there. Our tribal members, as this virus has picked up, unfortunately, we are seeing more people there. I was able to visit with the staff there a couple weeks ago at the modulars. And at one point last year, we had 45 people from the community. And it wasn't all Northern Arapahoe. It was community members who live among our Arapahoe people in our Eastern Shoshone. And so, yes, sir.
So those
Chairman.
45, and the tribe responded very quickly on that, by the way, and is to help those people that were really at risk and put them in those modulars. What was the capacity? Was 45 at capacity then, or was there,
No.
did you have room?
Yeah, so I believe there are 6 modulars down there, and 45 wasn't a capacity. So there, yeah, we were able to put more people there. And with our testing and with the proactive stance that we took when keeping our people safe and combating COVID-19, we got the attention of the U.S. Surgeon General. So in President Trump's administration, the Northern Arapahoe Business Council had a meeting with the U.S. Surgeon General. And when we talked, and like former Councilwoman Snyder had said, was that we talked about our multi-generational homes. That's just the reality here on the reservation. You have 2 to 3 families who live together. When somebody tests positive, you got to find that one positive, you got to find quarantine measures for 13 other people to keep them safe. And that was the situation that we came in contact with. And so we talked about that. We've on the housing shortage here on the reservation. And so we took that, and then we've also started to talk to our federal congressional people about housing funding under HUD. And there's a need for that funding to be increased through HUD, so that we can help our tribal families and homes and help our housing programs. I believe that I was told that funding hasn't been increased since 1996, and that's the NAHASDA bill that is in the works right now in the House. And so we're watching that closely. And we're some of the things too that we have done as Eastern Shoshone has done is we've helped our elders with the CARES Act money. We allocated $250,000 so that we could pay our seniors utilities, rent, the propane, natural gas, electricity, anything that our seniors needed. We were there for them, and we made sure that we were helping them, and also we took Blue Sky Hall, which is in ETD, and it is our command center for distribution. So what have we distributed there through the last year through a partnership with Wings as Eagles from South Dakota? We were able to provide food on a weekly basis there for our tribal members. It was a lot of dry goods, fresh produce, and also meat in different forms that our tribal members were able to get there. And also we were able to, right now we are working on distributing today. They have new furniture, and they have beds there that are brand new that we, again, through our partnership with the church there in South Dakota, we're able to provide furniture to our tribal members and to anyone actually that comes through, because we do have a lot of Eastern Shoshone who do come down to Blue Sky and get food and also the furniture that's given away there. They're doing that today. So that's something we're very proud of, to be able to help our people that way. Now, when we have to quarantine and our people have our families, we are able to provide food there through our E3D store, through the Now Thunder in our clinic. Have the store manager there has worked closely with our Wind River Care, so we are able to provide food for maybe like I don't know how long you have to quarantine now. I think last time I knew was 10 days. But we're able to provide food there and also cleaning supplies and hygiene products. We also do that for our tribal members. Also, what I wanted to talk about was our vaccine incentive. So I looked at the numbers yesterday. Dr. Everett was able to give me the numbers. We have vaccinated over 2,400 people that have come to the clinic. Now, who's all included in that 2,400? Well, it's everybody in the community, everyone that would like to be vaccinated. We vaccinated them. And it's our tribal members, it's members of the Eastern Shoshone that have come to Wind River Cares. It's also our people from other tribes, and also our non-Indian community members who provide direct service to our tribe, the reservation. We've welcomed them to come get vaccinated. Chairman Larson, you have a
I just wanted to clarify, so the 2,400 is number of people vaccinated today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
total number, and then it's combined. So as a Northern Rapids Business Council, we really want to get as many people vaccinated as possible. As we see this Delta variant rage on, it's majority of it's people who are unvaccinated are getting sick. And so we offered $100 incentive to each tribal member. And so if you've got the Pfizer or the Moderna shot, 2 shots, then you were able to get $50 a piece for both those shots. Or if you got the Johnson & Johnson shot vaccine, you're able to get $100. So we retroed that. So anybody can bring their vaccine card to the events we've been having for the past 2 weeks and show your card. And if you've been vaccinated as a tribal member, you're able to receive $100. Now, also we have the vaccination going on, where if you receive your first shot, you're given $50, and then your second shot, you'll get the $50 after when you are to receive that. There's a time restraint on that. So, and then also what the Northern Rapids Business Council has done is that we've said we really, as Dr. Everett and our chief medical officer and his team have expressed, we want to get over 70% vaccinated total Northern Arapaho tribe. So the Business Council has told our people, you vaccinate, you help us. We work together as a tribe, as a family, and as a community. We reach 70%. We're going to give every tribal member $500. And that's just something that we're working on. And yes, Chairman Ellis.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Chairman Spoonhunter,
Senator Ellis.
what's the actual number then of how many more vaccines you'd need to give to tribal members to hit your 70% threshold?
Yeah, I don't have that number today. I did get some statistics from the chief medical officer yesterday. That's what I was sharing today, but I don't know exactly, and I'm sorry, I don't know that how much more we have to go to get 70%. And
then I tag on to that a little bit, because we hear a lot of concerns in the media and other places on the concerns that vaccines are dangerous and people get sick. And so with 2,400, I'm going to say that that's probably one of the larger amounts in the state. Have they seen any reactions? Have they had any, or are we seeing any reports of any people with adverse reactions to the vaccines?
so to answer that question, Chairman Larson, we meet with the medical team regularly, and that is always asked. Have you seen some of the adverse reactions that have been nationally that always make the news? And right now, we really haven't had a report from our medical team of adverse reactions with our tribal members.
So as I visit with my constituents, and we have that, and then if I was to say, we could look at the efforts of Wind River Cares, and there's been 2,400 community members, not just tribal members, but community members that have received this. To date, it's been 0. Am I being accurate?
That's accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah, as far as I know, from our medical team, they would have let us know if there was an adverse reaction, because we ask that question all the time, Chairman Larson. And so we have recently had a conference call with Dr. Harris and the epidemiologist. I can say that word now because of this virus, Ashley, and I'm not going to try to say her last name, but you all know who she is. And so we were talking to her, and there's some money from CDC for vaccine incentives. And so they are working with our Winterberg Healthcare so that we can apply and fill out that application so that the non-tribal members of other tribes that come, and also the community members who live amongst us, the non-Indian that live with us, are married within our tribe, provide direct service, that they can receive an incentive through CDC funding. So we're working on that. So we're trying to cover everybody and cover all our bases for all of our community to be safe and to be vaccinated. Okay. We also have a senior repair program. During COVID, our elders, again, our most vulnerable population to this virus, we were able to provide services. We were able to help fix their homes, and what Councilwoman Snyder had talked about, fixing roofs, ramps, bathrooms, making sure that running water in these homes, fixing the electricity. We did allocate a lot of money to that. And with ARP money, we are also doing a senior home repair program, continuing that for our elders. And during the pandemic, we also put $1 million of CARES money to education purposes. So as everybody was in virtual learning, we were able to provide internet services. And then if you weren't hooked to an internet service provider here in Fremont County, whatever one you used, we were able to provide hotspots so that children could do their virtual learning. Most schools provided, the iPads and the laptops, but if there was somebody that wasn't able to receive one, we helped our students get laptops and for their virtual learning. Also, our higher education students, a lot of them had to come home in the middle of their semester. And so we were able to provide internet service for our higher education students and also laptops so that they can finish their semester with the universities.
So Lee, Councilman Spoonhunter, we around the rest of the state, we've seen in similar rural conditions like Sublette County and other counties, they tried to locate those hot spots around the schools where people could come and park and have access. Is that similar to what you guys done? Where did you put your hot spots?
Yes, we did. Yes, we were able to help every student so that they were able to complete their school year and do it safely through virtual learning.
Okay, so if I could come back to your testing and
Yes.
stuff,
Mhm.
because you guys, there was quite an effort between the two tribes as well as the county in coordinating the testing because of the people moving back and forth. Some days that road went smooth and some days it was a little bumpy, but at the end of the day, do you feel that effort, because I know there's a lot of effort both on from the county side and from each of the tribes as well as with the state, how would you rate that? Do you think were we successful in coordinating those efforts on testing? And
Yes, as you all know, as I testified before, we work closely with the Indian Health Service and the chief medical officer up there. Dr. Everett was in constant contact with them, and also with the county health officials and Dr. Harris with the state. He was in constant contact with them. Again, it was, as I said before, as we learn more about this virus and educate each other and help each other, that partnership is really good and is strong today. And we're thankful for that.
the county?
I don't know who would, Dr. Everett would know that. but who he's worked with, and he's worked closely with all of the clinics, and then also Sage West and Lander and Riverton. And so, you know, I think that we're moving in a very good collaborative effort forward today. Okay, so just we continue to test. Also, we have mandatory testing weekly for all of our tribal employees. That includes our regular tribe employees that use the ETD at our headquarters, the tribal office there, our Wind River Cares Clinic employees, and also our casino employees. We've gone back to mandatory testing just because of the rising number of cases that we're seeing today. And that's all I got. If the committee has any more questions for me.
Questions for Councilman Spoonhunter, Co-Chairman Spoonhunter? Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much. So would also like to, as we've started, we've got our good chairman in here with us today, Chairman Dresser, and we've had Chairman Councilman Weed and Councilman Ute join us. We've got Representative Ottman here with us, and also Mrs. Lynn, who's here with Representative Cheney's office. So we appreciate you being here. Have I missed anybody? Good. All right, committee. I think we'll take public comment. Is there any public comment on item 11? It relates to the reports we've heard from the tribes on their COVID responses and the ARP upcoming ARP discussions. Madam Chairman, I think that we might ask and Chairman Dresser, and can we help you?
And signals about staff.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Madam Chairman, that as we come into our October meeting, that we might, if we could, Chairman Dresser and maybe Karen, we'd maybe have an update, just because we're going through the same process with these ARP funds, trying to understand where we can use them, you know, for infrastructure, for water, for sewer, for housing, for whatever. And just like maybe we'll ask you for an update on ideas and suggestions you have that we might, and maybe we can share some of those things that we're doing, and maybe any collaborative work that we do together on that. So make that note. And then, so any public comments? I think I asked that and I see none. So let's move to item 12, ownership of fossils and artifacts. And Heather, if we could have you come forward, and for the benefit of the committee and the public, this is a result, this came back to our committee as a result of a bill that was passed last year, which had an intent to determine if fossils were a mineral or not, and if they and who owns a fossil if it's found on land. When that bill came through, we had inserted in amendment the use, we put in artifacts, and there is quite a bit of discussion on the House floor as to whether artifacts should be part of that discussion or not, because that's really covered under property rights. We elected to take that up in this committee, and so we've done some research, and we have a draft bill that we'd like to consider, and we'll take testimony. But Heather, if you would bring us up on the history and what the bill says, and then we'll take maybe some public comment.
Mr. Chairman, regarding to address the history that you just described, this bill draft, which not many bills do have this, but this bill draft has a purpose section, and it is actually section 1, starting at the bottom of page 1. But before we get into that purpose section, before I even begin, this is I'm discussing 22 LSO 0088, working draft 0.4. And the title of this bill draft indicates that this is an act relating to property and conveyances, and that's part of the attempt at clarification in this bill is that then it goes on to distinguish fossils and non-fossilized human remains from minerals. Anyway, sorry, I'm editing as I go, looking at this. And that it exempts fossils and non-fossilized animal remains. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman and committee, everywhere that it says fossils, one of the insertions last year was and non-fossilized animal remains. So what I will just do is use the word fossils, and then I won't get tongue-tied each time, but it means also the non-fossilized animal remains. But it exempts them from mining and mineral provisions of the statutes. So you'll notice that this bill draft includes a small section in Title 30, which is the mineral and mining statutes, just simply to refer back to the one in Title 34, which is property and conveyances title. And then the additional thing is this bill draft removes references to artifacts, which, as you indicated, were just unintentionally conflated into the issue of conveyances in the previous bill, and specifies legislative purposes. So that's the title as far as what this bill draft does. Moving into section 1, which is the purposes, this bill draft specifically indicates in subsection A that the purpose of this section that's being amended, which is 34-1-157. And in that section of 30-1-134, which is the one over in the mines and minerals statutes that are created by this act, is to provide in Wyoming law that fossils are not minerals, and that fossils fossils belong to the surface estate unless something is indicated otherwise. And in an express grant, not just in some settlement agreement or something like that, but an express conveyance instrument. Then subsection B, addresses the part that how artifacts ought not have been included. And it says, as enacted in 2021 before amendments in this act, that section had treated artifacts together with fossils, and they are not minerals or fossils, and they are therefore not included in this act, and they're clarified out. And then subsection C is an intent statement indicating that it is the intent of the legislature that this new section or this section as amended by this act, and then the new section in the mines part, they apply prospectively and retroactively to instruments governed by Wyoming law to the maximum extent possible under the Constitution of the United States and state of Wyoming. So that just was an applicability statement to say that this can be used for existing instruments as well as future.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Heather, I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. You know, if we leave it in this present form with these findings that are, I'm guessing these would go into the session law, or where that's where
Yes.
these would be published. And so usually we don't put our intents or findings in our
Green Book.
Green Book. But then the expectation or the hope would be that if anyone were to want to utilize these statutes, they would have this ability to go back and look in the session law for reference to these.
Mr. Chair,
These findings.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, yes, that is the instance. Legislative intent is a tricky thing, and one of the discussions that another reviewer and I were having was that without just this was an attempt to have just a bare bones legislative intent, not trying to write out a big descriptive thing. But if this bill draft, for example, just went in and struck artifacts, then it would it could actually convey the wrong intent, as if the legislature was trying to have artifacts be some other thing other than just going back to how they were previously addressed in property law, the way that they are are and have been addressed under property law. And it would, and so having just a little bit of, okay, oh, this, the whole point was to make a distinction between fossils and minerals. Didn't mean to include artifacts, and let's apply this going forward. Those three ideas were attempted to have in legislative intent if someone were to need this in the future. So like to someone investigating legislative intent, but it would not, wouldn't go in the green books. The non-codified things go in just the session law situation as far as the bound documents. So section 2 of this bill draft goes into, it creates the new section in the mines and minerals part title, which is Title 30. And it just creates a section that says fossils and non-fossilized animal remains are exempted. So what that was just the title, catch title or whatever of that section. But this just says that fossils are not minerals and they're not to be governed by that title that governs oil and gas and all the other things that are mined. And then section 3 of this bill draft, I'm on page 3. It goes into the existing section that was created last year, which is 34-1-158, or sorry, 157. And it amends subsection B. It repeals subsection A, amends subsection B, and adds some definitions in C, and adds a couple new subsections. So what subsection B, the way it addresses that is just says that section had said that when there's an instrument, it had previously said that when there's an instrument, and by that it means some sort of conveyance instrument, a deed, for example, not just a little letter I write, but a formal instrument, that the term minerals doesn't include fossils. And this just simply indicates that this includes unless there's some clear intent in that instrument, not elsewhere, not in a will, not somewhere else, but in that instrument otherwise. And then going into subsection C, there were some there was a case and some other information that discussed but some fossils have minerals in them to have created them, and there was some confusion from that perspective. So this subsection C inserts a definition for fossilized. The 34-1-157 already has a definition for fossil, but this inserts a definition for fossilized, just to include some processes. And for example, if you look on page 4, starting at line 4, it addresses the idea of replacement by minerals or some chemical process that creates that fossil. That doesn't make it become minerals. That's just all to try to create the distinction. It's still a fossil, and fossil is not a mineral. Then this, starting at line 10, creates subsection D, which is perhaps my understanding of some of the original intent of this bill, even last year and this year, is fossils are considered part of the surface estate, subject to severance by the fee title owner of the land pursuant to a clear and express grant. This refers back to the subsection B, where there has to be some other clear information as to the alternative if in the instrument for this not to be the case, so that fossils are part of the surface estate. And then and then subsection E at line 14 is the cross reference to the minerals, mines and minerals title, that their fossils are not subject to Title 30, which is the mining. And then section 4 is the repeal. So this repeals
Heather.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chairman.
if we could go back to D there just a little bit and consider part of the surface. So I think that there's some concern, particularly in some of the cases that we've seen in there where there was if you had a split estate, service being owned by landowners, minerals by someone else, government or another entity. This is saying that the fossils are part of the surface estate. And then we have in here, unless there is unless it's been severed by the fee title owner of the surface of the land.
Mr. Chairman, of the land, the fee title owner would own, is someone who owns all of the bundle of rights of a parcel of land. And then there are two separate estates. And this bill is not intended by any means to create my understanding of this bill, I'm not trying to tell the legislative intent. My understanding of this bill draft and of this legislative notion is not to try to create some third estate, some fossil estate. It's there are two estates, and it says unless it is said otherwise, mineral or fossils are part of the surface estate. So the express grant, and there is a clarification that through continual, if you stare at something long enough, you can keep seeing changes that, for example, the words could be read into this, that be to say fossils are considered part of the surface estate, subject to severance by the person who can sever them, pursuant to a clear and express grant to include them with the mineral estate. Could be some words that would clarify, not to sever them into something of their own, but they're part of the surface unless they're severed to become part of the mineral estate. And so just the assumption, if nothing is ever said, is that they're part of the surface estate.
And so then, again, just to clarify for me, that those fossils are part of the surface estate, and the only way they can be conveyed to be part of the mineral estate is if the person who has the authority, who owns the land, who owns the surface to which minerals are now a part of, unless he conveys that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And my understanding is once land is severed, then if they weren't severed, if they weren't conveyed in that in a document that severs the two estates, they're part of the surface, period. It's not like it could be an after the fact thing.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
that helps illuminate. I think my concern is I don't think the language gets there in saying that if it's not going to be attached to the surface and it's going to attach to the mineral, that it says specifically it attaches to the mineral. The way I read this is it creates another third kind of nebulous thing out there. And the example I'd offer is, someone else owns the mineral estate, the feds, whoever, and then you have a surface estate and two siblings, and the dad gives it to one sibling and says, you can still farm, but you get the fossils. Dad dies, and then those two siblings fight, and they want to have a right to access their fossil right. And then you have a surface owner who says, no, you don't have that right. So we've created, that's my concern, is if we don't really nail this down, we've created an opportunity for future litigation, which is what we were trying to solve with this bill, was just making it crystal clear that maybe, and this was a conversation we had with the bringer of the bill, Senator Cost, was we're just going to pick and it stays with the surface. So that's where I was curious about the discussions internally that LSO had in working on this bill.
And Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman Ellis, that is from staring at things long enough, that is where some of, for example, the terminology of inserting, for example, at line 12, subject to severance by the fee title owner of the land estate pursuant to a clear and express grant to include fossils with the mineral estate, would clarify it to clarify that they are not three estates. Not in any way, shape, or form. This is not intended to create a fossil estate, but that they're assumed to be without any further thing needed to be done with the first estate or with the surface estate, unless it is said these fossils and other fossilized remains or whatever it was go with the mineral estate. It would have to say that in the severance document. And there is definitely certainly room, for example, on that line 12 for that clarification, as I now understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I'm trying to understand why this concept got reinserted in. And I'm guessing that maybe it was LSO just comparing it to Montana. and this all arose out of litigation in Montana and in Wyoming. We can, unless I'm mistaken, Wyoming can pick a different policy preference than Montana though in this regard. I mean, we could say it just sticks with the surface. That's a policy choice for us to make. Is that fair, or am I missing some other legal analysis that LSO discussed internally?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, this certainly any policy is the legislature's intent. There were two issues, and one of them was the confusion of inserting artifacts in here as far as, because they are not. It's the first was making the distinction between fossils and minerals. And then the other aspect to what we understood looking at, so there was a case involving this and stuff, is one of the big aspects of that case was the conveyance matter. And so there were the two things: conveyances needed to be addressed, and then also the distinction needed to be clarified. But as to what those are, clarified as to what is certainly a policy decision.
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think are we muddying the waters here? Because initially, I think our intent was to try to get a portion of that bill out of there and leave fossilized in there. And now we've got all this language that we're trying to add back in to a bill that's been accepted by, I think, both houses. I'm not sure that these definitions of fossilized, that we need those. Do we need those, Heather? I mean, why do we need those?
What are we trying to solve?
Yeah, what are we trying to solve? Other than trying to take, I lost my train of thought.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn. Much of the attempt at clarification came from a case. There was a particular case that we examined, and some of the issues in that case that appeared to need to be addressed. The term fossilized is examined at great length in that case, as far as well, maybe it matters how it was created, and if it was created by replacement by some of the living material being replaced with minerals, does that make it minerals, as opposed to if some of the living material was replaced by something else? And so the attempt of adding that word fossilized, the current law, the law that went through the legislature, as you pointed out, Representative Blackburn, it uses the term fossilized in it. And so this is inserting, well, okay, what do they mean by fossilized? And it includes something in amber, something in some of these processes. It was an attempt to clarify based on some of the concerns that appeared to be raised in the case. And then, as far as, I think that you also requested or asked about, Chairwoman Ellis was talking about the policy question of whether it can be severed at all. Maybe the legislature decides that the period never, ever, ever can they be severed. And that would certainly make some changes to this.
Follow up. Thank you, Ms. Sherman. So initially, we just wanted to take artifacts out of this. And you keep talking about the case, what case?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, the case is Alfred L. Anderson versus John Ed Anderson, individually and as general partner of the Red Canyon Ranch Partnership, Bighorn County Civil Action number 2016-00095.
And Heather and committee members, that a copy of that case was provided to each of you a couple of months ago. for review.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question is in the mineral statute, which I'm not real familiar with, is building stone a mineral or is it, I know that gravel is in the mineral statute. And what does anybody know if like building stone or quarries would be in the mineral estate or in the surface estate? And the reason I'm asking is, for example, limestone, it's really a fossil. It's calcium carbonate from sea creatures, process of deposition, and I don't know about the replacement part, but so I'm just kind of wondering about that. So building stone is, I'm sorry, I got that look. But
You're right.
I'm wondering though, even, so petroleum, of course, it's also a fossil. But it is explicitly in the mineral Title 30. So this is getting a little tortured.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this same case does address things such as limestone. And Senator Case, the question in a case that cases always refer to other cases as they try to make decisions. And this particular one, that some of the reasoning, they addressed that the question in that case was not whether a grantor in another case that they're going to refer to intended to reserve gravel, but instead whether or not gravel was a mineral. So again, it dealt with this idea of what's a mineral or not. So given that way back, it was determined there are two states, surface and mineral estates. So does that means is gravel a mineral or not? In that case, which this case refers to, the court determined that it was that gravel was not a mineral. And they quote a case that, in our opinion, substances such as sand, gravel, and limestone are not minerals within the ordinary and natural meaning of the word, unless they are rare and exceptional in character or possess a peculiar property giving them special value, as for example, sand that is valuable for making glass and limestone of such quality that it may profitably be manufactured into cement. It goes on and on. This case also kind of addressed this concept of whether we needed to include rare and exceptional in character as being part of the definition as well. This bill and the statute from last year, as well as, as amended this year, they don't get into this rare and exceptional as being part of the definition. Part of the definition of fossil, which is what this deals with, it doesn't deal with limestone, but that would be part of I would assume that a court would look into that as some of its analysis. If it were looking at something like limestone or gravel, then it would include something like that in its analysis. This bill draft and last year's section, they just identify a fossil as any fossilized remains, traces, or imprints of organisms preserved in the Earth's crust that are of paleontological interest and that provide information about the history of life on Earth, but does not include coal, oil, gas, or other hydrocarbons. So they make the distinction between minerals like for mining and the fossils, and don't get into that exceptional character at all, which might be part of your analysis.
Mr. Chairman, that's a lot. I'm wondering if we'd be better off going into that list of exceptions with coal oil and other things and then adding on to that rather than approaching it this way. There definitely are limestone quarries for cement production in Wyoming. There's a big cement plant by Laramie. There may be others I don't know of. Sometimes sand is in building and used in concrete. Sand that has particular characteristics is very important. They actually look at what the shape of the sand is, and it's just goes on and on and on. And what's part of the estate is it? And is it going to be in the estate? And this court is opining that if it's not in the mineral estate unless it has particular characteristics. Well, a lot of that stuff does have particular characteristics. I don't know that it makes it into it's valuable. I don't know if it's part of the mineral state. It's all getting kind of convoluted for me here.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my colleague's point, I think the reason that this is in the Select Committee on Tribal Relations was because years ago, we passed a statute to protect artifacts and human remains. And somehow that word artifact has slipped back into this conversation. I think my co-chair and I wanted to revisit it because of that word. I think some of the issues you raise are valid, but probably would be better suited for the Minerals Committee to tackle. And so I think if we keep our focus narrow to what we're here to accomplish is whether or not we wanted that word artifact left in. That was my understanding of why it's appropriately before us, but the points are well taken. To that point, I'm less concerned on the sand and mineral and the urgency of that. I think that if we wanted to look at that, maybe ask our Minerals Committee to take a deeper dive.
Representative Clifford.
So I think our direction, from what I recall, I like this section in this bill right here, Mr. Chairman, on page 2, lines 6 through 18, that addresses artifacts. When this bill was passed, I had some concern because there was no tribal consultation that occurred, but we have federal law that addresses artifacts. This came out of the TRW committee. There was a committee of the whole amendment that I co-sponsored to remove artifacts. And then there was a second amendment attempt and it failed. And then there was another attempt and then it was passed to reinsert artifacts back into it. And so that's my concern. I really, and Chairman Dresser came down for when we met on the interim topic committees that was going to be presented to tribal relations here. So I just need to state that for the record. My concern was artifacts. And right after the amendment was passed, I mean, it was brought to my attention that, hey, maybe we disregarded a federal law here. Maybe we disregarded what the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho consider important for artifacts and what we do for bringing our artifacts back home and how important they are to us culturally. And I worked with that chairperson on the House side. And then when it came time to the floor discussion, just got thrown under the bus. And so I'm very passionate, I'm very angry, and I just want to state that for the record because that's what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Heather? Carry on.
Mr. Chairman.
Now that I tell you to carry on, I'll stop you. And I think this conversation if we want to rein it back, if we work the bill and that's what we want to do, then we can amend to do that and stay within what the intent of the committee was, is to reduce artifacts. And so that's just kind of note to self as we move forward with the bill. Heather, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, I'm on page 4 at line 17. The repeal section, repeals subsection A, which it would appear, subsection A of the bill that was ran, is replaced in this bill by what is intended to be the clearer subsection D. And that way it removes without just some what could look at in future legislative intent searchers as just without just crossing off the word artifacts. Instead, it just repeals subsection A because that way it gets rid of references to artifacts. It gets rid of references to Wyoming Statute 7-4-106. That's what this committee had done some years ago with the artifacts and human remains that was just referred, that Representative Clifford just referred to, and it gets rid of that troublesome subsection. And the idea was in favor of the new subsection D to just address, hey, this is all about fossils being part of the surface estate. So that's the repeals A because A was troublesome. And it referred to artifacts and didn't, and needs not refer to artifacts. And then C3 was the definition of artifacts. So basically it just gets rid of that stuff from this bill draft or from the previous bill because artifacts were not to be a part of it. And then section 5 is to make it be effective immediately, particularly in light of the purpose in section 1, subsection C, that is saying, look, it's the intent of this legislature that this applies to documents moving forward past and to be in the interpretation of them. So having it take effect immediately is rather than just rather than having any delay in the interpretation of instruments. And Mr. Chairman, if conveyances are not addressed at all, then it would appear as though, or actually just to kind of point out the different parts of the bill. The conveyance parts of the bill are sort of section 1, subsection A. And then as Representative Clifford pointed out, section 1, subsection B, it has to do with the artifact parts. If there's the two purposes of this bill, both the conveyance and the artifacts and getting rid of the artifacts, B is the getting rid of artifacts, A is the conveyances, and then the addition in subsection B, as well as the rest of it for the most part would stand because as I mentioned, that subsection D replaces the problematic subsection A because it did refer to artifacts. However, the policy question of whether they could even be severed at all would be addressed by an amendment on page 3. Sorry, an amendment on page. Yes, amendment on page 3, as well as an amendment on page 4. If the committee did not want any even the possibility of conveyances or of fossils being able to be severed from the surface of state. Would you like to know what those amendments would be? No, okay. That's the bill.
Further questions to Heather? Heather, thank you. Appreciate it. So remind me, so we've had reference that maybe minerals ought to look at this. This bill, I believe, though, came through TRW. Which has nothing to do with minerals.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is the case. I believe that
I don't get to.
the case addressed other types of minerals, but this was, I think the bill came through TRW. And even the case that I referenced, it used, when it even brought in discussion of other things like sand, gravel, and limestone, it was to try to come up with a methodology for how they can decide the determination, or how they could determine whether fossils are minerals. So it was not trying to.
No relationship to recreational activities.
And not relating to mining either.
So looking at the digest, Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. It did go through travel in both houses. I'm actually having a little trouble finding some of the text. The bill as enrolled, actually, it created a section 154, the 34.1154. I'm looking on my my folio on my computer. I'm not finding the 157.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm a little confused. Maybe that was another bill last year that went in.
Mr. Chairman, when last year, the existing number was 153. And so any bill that would place something in this location in the statutes would label it 154, but there happened to be 3 of them. And so one became 154, one became 155, and one became 157,
So
or whatever, however those numbers work. I think I just missed one, but
so this bill, Mr. Chairman, even though it enrolled at 154, ended up being in 157.
yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, yes, Mr. Case.
I just learned something.
Senator Case.
Smart.
Okay. But Senator Case, thank you, because that's, as we look at that, that's important for us to understand. Okay. Any other questions for Heather? Committee, I think we'd like to go into public comment before we consider working the bill. So if there's any public comment, have one here, please. If you'd come forward, and again, new day, so we'd ask you to identify yourself for the record, and then we'd love to hear what you have to say.
I have something for you guys as a handout with my comment.
If you'd give that to Heather, please. Thank you.
My name is Crystal Reynolds. I'm the tribal archaeologist for the Northern Arapaho. I have a few concerns on the fossil bill and the minerals, and actually including artifacts in this as well. I'll just start at the top, I guess. One of my concerns with the fossils bill is ownership. It says that it's on the surface ownership. However, there was a project last year up the East Fork, and it happened to involve bison bones. And the group that did the work decided that those bison bones belonged to them, regardless of the surface ownership was Wyoming Game and Fish. And then was also told that those bones didn't belong to Wyoming Game and Fish, nor did it belong to the group who was digging up the bones. They actually belong to the state. On a different subject, I don't think that the bison bones should belong to the state either. They're ancestors of the tribe. They should come back to us.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, can you slow down? I'm not following. Who owned the surface where the bison bones were?
Wyoming Game and Fish. It
Wyoming
was-
Game and Fish.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a conservation area up the East Fork.
Yes, Warren.
So that's one of my concerns is ownership of those. I mean, that's a fossil. And so now the surface ownership should have been Wyoming Game and Fish, but then this other entity tried to claim those bones. And then another entity claimed that they're theirs. So there's a little confusion already on where ownership is of fossils. And that I don't feel like this bill is going to help clarify that. Another-
If I may, I think the bill does clarify that fossils are the property of the surface owner, right?
The bill will clarify that those bones in particular would have been Wyoming Game and Fish's. However, under the permit that they issued for this work to be done archaeologically, the group that did the work believes that those bones belong to them. And then the state comes in and says, no, those bones belong to us because you can't own archaeological remains as this group.
Well, and Madam, or thank you, but so Game and Fish is the state, right? And so I think what this bill says is the surface owner owns, so this would have rectified that in saying that indeed the bones are the surface or belong to the surface owner, Game and Fish property, but that's the state.
Okay.
Right.
That is a good clarification of that. Thank you. Then my next concern with artifacts and fossils is actually coming down to the Via Ferrata over in Lander. In Sinks Canyon, so the piece of paper that I had handed out to you guys with the Via Ferrata and artifacts being mentioned in this bill and fossils. Sinks Canyon woman was dug up out of a crevice burial, and I think it was 2008 or 2009. With that being said, there was no tribal consultation on the Via Ferrata, and the piece of paper I handed you guys, I think it's line 5. It says crevice burial. That is not eligible per SHPO's concurrence. So that's not an eligible site to be protected in Sinks Canyon as artifacts per this bill, and any other fossils or artifacts that are up Sinks Canyon are also not going to be protected or considered. And for the Via Ferrata and us not having tribal consultation, I have a concern because if I did some math on the little handout that I did give you guys. There are 47% prehistoric sites within a township and range, which is 6 miles by 6 miles. That is well beyond the visual and direct AP for the Via Ferrata. But with the Via Ferrata, it's on a rock, which in my eyes is, it has potential to have crevices around it. It also has potential to have crevice burials around it.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to interrupt. So you talked about Sings Canyon Woman. So your concern is about human remains. Is that?
Yes.
So I want to be clear, this has nothing to do with human remains. Those
Yeah, I
remains are
think-
protected under a separate statute.
I'm using her because there are artifacts with her, and this bill also mentions artifacts. And so my concern with fossils and artifacts and surface ownership, these things raise concern because I heard about this bill when it came, when it was brought up, I guess. And that was one of my concerns because that was before the new human remains bill, SF 0078. That was before that was put into place. And so now that that one is in place, we do have good protections on our human remains and consultation and ways to protect those surface ownerships on human remains, which was kind of hazy before. But now that that is clarified, we still have possibility of fossils and non-fossils up Sings Canyon with the Via Ferrata and the area that is, I guess, associated with artifacts. And that's why I'm bringing it up here, is I think that the artifacts that are mentioned can be misinterpreted.
So Mr. Chairman, can I just follow up? So on page 3, line 15, it deletes the word artifacts. Do you support that?
That's where I'm a little concerned, because if we take artifacts out, now like the bison bones that I brought up in the beginning, now bison bones are and have been known to be used as artifacts between bone needles, bone beads. You can use other pieces of that bison that can sometimes make it into the archaeological record. Sometimes they don't, but the bone parts do. And if you have somebody who's untrained and they think that, you know, they found these bison bones and it's just a small fragment of a bison bone, and really it's a bone needle and it's on the surface, and they find that as surface ownership and it's their land, but it's part of an archaeological record that is going to be indication of a larger archaeological record or buried deposits. Now we have confusion on, is it an artifact or is it a fossil? And who has that ownership? Because I don't think that the public or citizens, regardless of if it's their land or who has surface ownership, needs to have rights to bison bones.
But current law already has that established, that if those bison bones are found on their property that they duly own, that is their property.
Yes, and that's one of the arguments that I guess.
And so this doesn't do anything to impact that. If we remove artifacts, then you use property law, which still establishes that those bison bones found on an individual's private property belongs to them, as would a spur, as would a arrowhead, as would anything. That's current law. This takes artifact out of the fossil portion of that and reverts everything back to property law as it currently exists.
Okay. Then I will move to, well, I guess I kind of already touched on that then, because like I said, my concern with fossils and non-fossilized and artifacts in this bill is if we do find fossils that have been turned into artifacts, then where does that ownership lie? But you just clarified that on, it goes back to the property owner's ownership. So then there'll be no confusion with this bill on property ownership as far as surface ownership.
And I think the only, Madam Chairman, I think the only variance to that was in the bill that we done a couple of years ago on human remains. And if there is human remains with familiar artifacts there with it, that they stayed with the human remains and were not the property of the landowner.
Funerary objects and ceremonial objects that were buried with, okay. Well, then I think that's,
But perhaps, Mr. Chairman, you could
Senator
say that
Case.
again. Slower.
I'll try. So when this committee brought forth the human remains bill a couple of years ago, the objects found, so a human remain is found, and let's say it's a tribal remains, and there's artifacts associated with it, clothing being an artifact or
Sure.
a weapon, that stays with the human remain and is not severed and becomes part of the landowner's property.
So, Mr. Chairman, I get that. I'm just I'm thinking in a situation where the state of Wyoming owns the property and artifacts are found of cultural significance. Let's assume they're not associated with human remains in any close way, that it's cleared up by that other bill. Then I guess what we're saying is that those artifacts exclusively belong to the state of Wyoming, and this bill doesn't change that, or, it does have implications for, I can't really think through the depth of what the artifacts would be and the cultural importance of those, but it does seem kind of arrogant sometimes that something that's found on a public space like Sinks Canyon would say, well, that belongs to the state and that's the end of it. I'm not sure how to fix it, but in this instance with this proposed Via Ferrata, the state didn't consult with the tribes, and this lady thinks there is important potential for, it would have been of cultural importance to the Shoshone tribe and other tribes for eons,
So
and they want to be at the table.
So, well, and appreciate it, but I do know that the tribes were, in the early days of the discussion on Sinks Canyon, the tribes were invited. And I remember in those meetings that I attended that we talked about plants and the ability to gather plants and maintain those plants for access, so that we didn't change any of that. I don't know how much participation the tribes had in that, but they were invited.
I can't shut my light on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They are researching emails. And as of right now, they cannot find no invite for tribal consultation to be at the meeting.
Okay. I think for the sake of this conversation, we need to get back on fossils and the bill at hand, and we can wrestle about the Via Ferrata in another venue.
If we're going back to fossils, then I do still have concerns with fossils up Sinks Canyon regarding the Via Ferrata, but I understand that you want to move on with the conversations and get on with the agenda, but I do still feel strongly that fossils are going to be found up Sinks Canyon, where we were not invited. We were consulted with on other projects up Sinks Canyon, but not the Via Ferrata specifically that we can find any record of currently. I have reached out to the state parks to ask for that consultation letter so that we can regard it. However, plants are very important to us. There are also numerous crevice burials up Sinks Canyon that we know of, and we have oral histories tying us to. And there are also bison runs and bison jumps that have been found all over, from Farson up to South Pass, across the mountain range over into Pinedale. And we have found a lot of remnants in the Owl Creeks and up in Du Bois as well. So this whole area is littered with fossils that do pertain to this bill. And that's my concern with artifacts that are associated with fossils, or fossils that have been made into artifacts and do contribute to our history.
Any further questions? And thank you. Any other public comment? Chairman Dresser, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, and members of the committee. I want to thank you all for this. I worked closely with Crystal Reynolds before. She works for the Northern Arapaho Tribe Tipple office, and that was where I worked prior to that as well. And then the duty of our job there is to protect the cultural sites of the Northern Arapaho people, and the Eastern Shoshone also have their own as well. I think a key thing to talk about this is, the author of the bill, and why tribes were not consulted with that. Because there's a lot of different debates about stuff, within the realm of archaeological stuff. What constitutes a fossil is a very hot topic. What exactly is a fossil? There's different interpretations for that as well. And I think the key thing is that, I think Cal Case brought up a very good point about assuming something is found on the surface automatically goes to the state. And that kind of cuts out the tribes out of a lot of different things as well. And I think that tribes should be at the very beginning of having those conversations, because as we're discussing different times, a lot of us were getting confused about the things that were being said. And those go to the fact that a lot of us are not trained archaeological people. Individuals like her, she is, where they can go out and see those different things. Some of us might look at it and say, is this a fossil? Could it be a human bone? Who knows? I wouldn't know, And so there's different individuals who are trained with those eyes and that. So that's why I think it's very key to have those people at the very beginning of those conversations.
Chairman Ellis.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear and to clarify, not everything you find on the surface, if it's a fossil, goes to the state. It's only if the state owns the surface. So, if it's tribal surface, the assumption under this, even though state law doesn't apply, would be that the tribes own it. If it's tribal land or an individual Indian landowner, and they find it on their land, that's theirs. So I just want to be very clear. It's not a blanket. Anything you find in Wyoming in the surface belongs to the state of Wyoming. That's important.
Yes, thank you for making that clarification. And that's something that, a lot of the Wyoming individuals know. That's the key thing that we need to educate the people about, because a lot of times I think sometimes people don't know that stuff, and people don't know when does NAGPRA apply and when does it not. I think the problem with NAGPRA and those different things is that there's just different loopholes of people to kind of get their way out of it, but the point I'm just making is just that tribal consultation needs to happen at all stages at the very beginning, even if it's, the word artifact being part of it, it should be in there from the very beginning. And also the fossils, tribes need to be part of that stuff, because once again, during the conversation, individuals are getting confused about what is this, what is that? Well, that's where that's where somebody trained like that could point out those things. And I think that they could draft a bill like that to be part of those conversations, to make it stronger, to ensure that all voices are heard. Because once again, it's just the fact that our duty for the Northern Arapaho Tipple, for the Eastern Shoshone Tipple as well, I'm confident enough to speak for them as well, and Tipples across the country, is to protect cultural sites of the Native people. And the thing about fossils, that's where, you can go and get tested, to see how old they are. The Northern Arapaho tribe is against DNA testing and testing for various reasons, So those are just different key things. But if you have tribal consultation from the very beginning, a lot of these things would be ironed out rather than us having to discuss it now and be confused by different things. So those are the key things that I just want to bring up with that part. And I'm very passionate about cultural heritage. I very am. That's my background. I've, had my degree in museum studies. I worked very closely with different things. We've done various repatriations. We've visited various sites, and it's just the fact that we're protecting what was here well before all of us, and preserving that for future generations. So, because a lot of times those sites have cultural significance, whether they go there for fasting and whatnot, they're sacred to all of us, and that's just something that's a very passionate thing amongst the Tipple world. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairman. Any questions for Chairman Dressler? Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Ms. Kessler, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and committee members. I actually have a handout, if I could give that to you, if you wanted to follow. Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Steph Kessler. I'm with the Wyoming Outdoor Council.
So that, Stephanie, the conversation goes through me today.
Oh, Terrific.
And I don't mind being called madam, but I'm not one.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Chairman. And I will note that my colleague Yufna Soldier Wolf may step in at the last minute, so I may try to wave her up here while I'm talking because she's really the expert. First of all, having heard some of the discussion today, I might recommend that this select committee, in terms of respecting what you've heard from the sovereign nations today, may want to consider a subcommittee before your next meeting with some of the TIPO staff from the tribes to kind of still sort out some of the questions and issues that are being raised. And that's a way to really ensure the kind of consultation on this bill that would be required. What I'm here to address today, though, is just simply what is in the bill language itself. And we really appreciate this committee's effort to clarify in statute that human remains and artifacts are not part of fossils in this law. And we especially support your statement on page 2, line 9 through 11, that states artifacts are not minerals or fossils, and they are therefore not included in the statute. We think that's appropriate in this case. However, as you can see in what I've handed out to you, we've put in all of the context of this statute just so you can see even what in section 4 has been done in terms of some elimination of language. And our concern is under section c, III, where there's an added definition in this bill about fossilized, which includes burial in accumulated sediment. Our concern here is that although the purpose of this bill is to expressly exclude artifacts such as human and material remains, this is a way that that could slip back in. Because there's lots of things that can be buried in accumulated sediment and could then trigger the kind of circumstances that we're looking to exclude in this bill. And the reason we say that also is because the definition of fossil up above says any fossilized remains or these other things. And I looked up paleontological interest, and that can include human remains. There is a whole field of paleontological study that includes the study of human remains. So our recommendation is to explicitly exclude artifacts in language as is proposed there to ensure that we're not sending mixed messages and confusion to surface owners in terms of what's a fossil and what's excluded from that.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ms. Kessler has a great idea, but I think it's a little too narrow. I think fossilized means any preserved by natural process, excluding human remains entirely. Because if you find, even evidence of a homicide, like people just don't own bones. And so I think it's any evidence of human remains or funerary objects. And we could cross-reference the archaeological human remains bill that we passed. But I mean, that's clear, is any human remains. Nobody owns those.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, that sounds like a great idea. It seems to me it's just a very vague wording. I probably have lots of things in my backyard that's hidden by sediments because I live along a river corridor and there's lots of deposition there. So I think that needs that clarification. Thank you.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that's all we have to say
Thank
is
you.
our suggestion there.
Any questions for Ms. Kessler? Thanks, Steph.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. So committee, we have working draft 0.4 for LSO 0088. What's the committee's pleasure?
Move the bill.
I'll second the bill. I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would propose that we delete the provisions that say unless conveyed by a clear
Could you-
express grant.
Chairman, could you go to the page in line for us, please?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I was going to get there. You know, just to back up again, I know there's been a lot of discussion about artifacts. This bill was brought because there have been legal cases across the West and including Wyoming about whether or not dinosaur fossils are part of the surface estate or the mineral estate. So the purpose of this bill was to try and make that delineation very clear, that it was with the surface. And, you know, there's the concept of it being passed to the mineral, you know, we've discussed that. I think, you know, Montana has chosen to go that route, but in the bringer of the bill, Senator Cost, and I have visited it extensively, and to avoid litigation, we were just trying to make it clear, you know, let's pick one. And the theory was to keep it with the surface estate. So the amendment, I think, might require some additional conforming, but it'd be page 2, lines 3 and 4, deleting unless conveyed by clear and express grant. Then on page 3, line 13, delete the suggested language about unless the clear and express terms are otherwise provided. And then again, on page 4, lines 10 through 12, delete those, or excuse me, page 4, lines 11 and 12. And so that would just restore the original intent, which is what we've already passed, which says they're part of the surface estate.
That's the amendment. Do we need a second before we can have discussion?
I'll second.
So we have a second, the amendment by Senator Ellis, seconded by Representative Blackburn. Discussion on the amendment. Well, I've got one is, so what we're saying with what you do on page 4, under little d, where we, after estate on line 10, we would put a period, and then we delete the remainder of that portion on 11 and 12. And then what we're going to say there is that fossils are part of the surface estate irregardless and cannot be conveyed by any other means.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. And so this is consistent with what we passed last session, which is found at 34-1-157A. That language right now, if we do nothing, it says the ownership of any fossil artifact or non-fossilized animal remains discovered in the strata below the surface of lands and waters of the state is vested in the owner of the surface estate. So that was the original intent. That's what we passed. That's what's in the law now. So this amendment would restore that concept to what is current law.
And without it, Madam Chairman, without it, the fossils would always be part of the surface estate unless the owner who owned those surfaces conveyed it by another means.
Without the amendment or without the bill?
No, without the amendment.
Without the amendment, the present owner of, and this is a little tricky, right? Because, well, yeah, I think you're right. The surface estate owner could convey the fossils to someone other than the mineral rights holder or a separate surface owner.
No, I think he can only convey it to the mineral.
Mr. Chairman, I think that additional language would be needed to clarify that you could only convey that to the mineral estate.
Okay.
As I read it now, it doesn't make it absolutely clear that it's, what we want to avoid is creating a new estate.
Agreed.
And so the bill needs to say either it's surface or mineral. The preference of the bringer of the bill wanted it to stick with the surface.
Okay,
Just kind of follow up slightly.
please, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So if I understand the amendment, though, I think it does clarify some things because if it says fossils are considered part of the surface estate, period, that means that the owner of the surface estate can do whatever they want. So they could convey those fossils to someone else. It's not breaking up, you know, you can sell or lease or whatever. And so I think the other part was just kind of cumbering it up. So I think this is an improvement. But I do want to say that before we pass this bill today, I'm going to ask that we follow up on a suggestion and we carry it over to the next meeting. So just heads up. So, but I agree with this amendment.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, along those lines, you know, maybe just getting a fresher look at a clean bill draft. You know, if we continue to work it, just so we get closer, I think that it's appropriate to continue to work this.
so we're on an amendment though for right now, okay? So any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Senator Salazar, any comments on that amendment? Okay. It's nice to hear from you. So any question? Those in favor of the amendment? Aye. Those opposed? So that amendment passes. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the provisions on page 2, paragraph C, starting on line 13 through 18 are important. And I think that rather than having them, you know, the necessity to go back and look in session law, it might be clearer to delete that part of it about it applying prospectively and retroactively and actually put that part in the green books. So my amendment would be to strike paragraph C, lines 13 through 18 on page 2. And then on page 3, line 4, after the word title, insert with some wordsmithing, but the essence of the amendment would be, this applies prospectively and retroactively to instruments governed by Wyoming law and to the maximum extent possible when under the Constitution of the United States and state of Wyoming, just mimicking that paragraph saying that it applies prospectively and retroactively. And so that's the finest point I can put on that, but if it needs a little tweaking, wordsmithing, but that's the amendment.
There's the proposal. Do we have a second?
I'll second the proposal.
Discussion, Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do think that this improves it. I'd actually like to ship out all the intent stuff and put it in the law. We've already got the first one, section A. We just have to kind of work on B. But can I ask about the concept of prospectively and retroactively? I don't believe I've ever recall seeing that before. And we often say that you can't have ex post facto laws. And so I need to know kind of how this fits in and why it's okay to do it here. Because it isn't this an ex post facto law if that's what we're doing? Because we're changing ownership, but maybe it's okay in this instance. I'm sorry.
So Ms. Jarvis, perhaps you could opine on that a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, that is a complication. You're correct. And some aspects of this came from something that was done in another state. And it was curious to see that because, and yet looking at so it was included because it was included in another state, and the idea is that if a judge is going to be interpreting an instrument, that instrument could, could have been created years ago or in the future. And so the complication you expressed does exist. Sometimes the applicability section says this applies to all instruments where this is done after the effective date of this act. And that would be this section would have something like that as far as applicability. And it took on this particular applicability because it was modeling an example in another place.
Mr. Chairman, to maybe take another tact at it, ex post facto means you can't criminalize past behavior once a person's already committed it. This is a matter of contract interpretation. And so this is telling our courts, this is how you shall interpret these instruments of conveyance. So I don't think the ex post facto is applicable. I think the reason that language is in there is so that it makes it clear that if you had a conveyance that was relying on, something that was done in 1980, that this covers and this law applies. And so that I think is the attempt of having it there.
May I follow up on that point?
Please, Senator Case.
So if we're talking about conveyances and we just have the law apply to all future conveyances, you can't make it apply to past conveyances. So if conveyances is the issue, we don't need to say retroactive. Unless somebody's going to argue about something that was sold 50 years ago. Is that what the point is? Maybe.
So my question then maybe would be back to Heather and to Senator Ellis, is if we said on line, if we keep it intact on line 14, on line 15, we delete prospectively and retroactively. So then it would read, created by this act applied to instruments governed by Wyoming law. Does that not get the same thing done? And it just removes that language?
I hope so. It sounds better.
Mr. Chairman, removing prospectively and retroactively would effectively have the same effect, because if it applies to instruments governed by Wyoming law, that would be any instrument that's being interpreted.
So I might offer that as an amendment. I would maybe suggest that as an amendment to the amendment, if it's friendly.
Mr. Chairman, I want to like that because it makes it clear and kind of skirts the issue. I think courts, though, anytime you want to have a retroactive, they look for the clear indication from the legislature that they wanted to apply retroactively. The more I sit here and think about it, I think the word retroactive is probably important. Prospectively not, retroactive important.
Do away with prospectively and. We got an from the bench here.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Did not know my thing was on. However, my utterance was that I didn't know if you wanted to delete prospectively and, because then it might say that it only applies retroactively. Right. Mr. Chairman, if you did away with both of them, it would apply, but as Chairwoman Ellis says, it would not be as clear.
Thank you. I withdraw my amended amendment. So we're back on the amendment. It's been seconded. Any further discussion to take subsection C and move it over to page 3, starting in line 4? Senator Case? No, I'm just. Okay. Those in favor, not yet. Heather?
Mr. Chairman, on page 3, line 4, that's in the mineral mining statutes. And I wonder if it might be more appropriate on page 4 after line 15, because then it's in these conveyance statutes.
I think that's a friendly suggestion. Thank you.
Clarification, so it would be moved over into section 3. Correct? Okay. Second degrees. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, if any. Okay. Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, is there a way? When I look at in section 1, I do not like these purpose sections. I think they get disconnected and sometimes are given too much credence. But under section 1A on first page, open over the second page, are not minerals and not fossils. It says that that's restated on page 3 and section B. So I really don't think we need that section. And I'm hoping we could either move on page 2, lines 6 through 11 with a similar amendment that our good co-chairman proposed, or whatever. Just, I'm trying to get rid of all of section 1. And I think we've already taken a good hit at it. We don't really need A because it is in the law as it's proposed. And now we're just down to B.
Help me here, Senator Kate. So section 1 would go in session law, right? And we moved C out of session law and put it into the green books.
I don't think we need A, Mr. Chairman, because it's actually.
And so we don't need, we're saying we don't need A.
Correct.
And you're wanting to take B and put it in the green books, or do we need?
Either in the green books or not at all.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Ellis?
and maybe in the definition section, page 3, you have paragraph B and then C. Somewhere in there, just a line that says artifacts, maybe even cross-reference, or artifacts are not minerals or fossils. And they are not, therefore not included.
So do I get this feeling there's amendment out there.
So I'd move, and I could use some assistance with LSO on where to exactly insert that language. If it's in C, Romanet 3, going on to page 4, line 9, D, like a new paragraph D that says artifacts are not minerals or fossils, and therefore not included,
Mr.
or
Chairman,
something along those lines.
Heather, please.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, the existing law at C2, in paragraph C2, which you'll note on page 4 is being repealed, could simply not be repealed, and the definition of artifact could be changed to say this.
I
Does
think that could work. Clearly, we're going to need to see this bill again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good.
Okay, so my amendment would be to, I move that on page 4, line 17, after WS 34-1-157A, insert a period and delete the rest of the line. So that would reinsert the definition of an artifact. And so currently that says artifact means any material remains of past human life or human activities that are of archaeological interest. And then there'd need to be conforming amendments, but then clarify under that definition that artifact does not include, is not a mineral and
Or
not a
fossil.
fossil, is not an article or mineral or a fossil.
Or vegetable.
Or treat. It's not a treat.
That's the proposed amendment.
And then as part of that amendment, would we delete B? Be on page 2.
Oh, correct, Mr. Chairman, that would delete the findings on page 2, paragraph B.
Correct.
And paragraph A, which begins on page 1.
Okay. So Heather, the way I understand it, we've deleted A and we're going to delete B on page 1 and 2. So all of section 1 will be gone. And then we're going to take the definition of artifact and as it is in 34-1-157C Romanet 2, and make sure that we also include the language that artifacts are not a mineral nor a fossil. Right? Do I have that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Did I do this one already?
No.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
But we've got to vote on this one.
okay, that's right.
So, so there's our amendment. Committee, those in favor of the proposed amendment, please voice.
Yeah,
Aye.
a voice.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
on page 3, line 21, after processes and the comma, insert excluding human remains and funerary objects as defined in Wyoming statute 7-4-106.
So would you do that for me again? Page 3 and line 21.
Yep, this is where we have the definition of fossilized.
Mhm.
It said fossilized means preserved by natural processes. And so this is where we're going to make sure we're clear in excluding any human remains that are found. So we would insert language after the comma on line 21 that
We
says.
leave including to refer back to the large A, the ones down there, but then we're going to add language excluding.
So before including, I want to add the excluding.
Okay.
That's why I said after the comma.
Okay, okay, well, there is one after including too. So, okay, after processes, after that comma and before including.
Yep, it'll say human remains and funerary objects as defined in Wyoming statute 7-4-106.
You got that, Heather?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I have that. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if it would be possible to say as governed by Wyoming
Governed
statute
is a friendly amendment.
7-4-106, because there
Yeah.
are not definitions in 7-4-106.
Governed is a good word.
So here's the proposed amendment, waiting on a second. Second by Representative Clifford. Any discussion on this amendment? Question on the amendment? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Very good. Further amendments to this simple little bill?
Mr. Chairman, I just like to, if it's appropriate, ask that this be carried over to the next meeting. And I think it's worthwhile that it run the gauntlet of people in the public that would be interested, and maybe persons on this committee that might want to work it some more. So if you want a motion to table, or we can just
No,
set
I
it
don't
aside,
think we
whatever
need-
you think.
I don't think we need a motion. I think we can I can do that. So.
Perfect. I'm okay.
Heather, so we're going to task you with doing that, and we'll bring that back in our October meeting to review it. That'll give the public a chance to review and look at it. And I think it's important that we don't get tangled up in the weeds unnecessarily, and remember that what we're trying to do in this bill is maintain the intent, which was to make sure that fossils aren't a mineral and that they stick to the surface estate. And then in this bill, we're removing artifact out of that. And so let's try not to get past that. We're trying to clean that up to where it remains with fossils. Okay? You okay with that, Chairman Ellis? Correct. Okay. Wasn't that fun? Good discussion, and thank you for the public comment, and thank you for that. So this will be coming up again in October.
May we have 5 minutes?
We will be back in. We're going to take a break and be back in at 11:10. For you, for such great amendments,
Well, I am old, but it only takes me about 5 minutes,
I would,
but it's okay.
those were the days. Okay, I think we're ready, waiting on. Go ahead, Tim. We'll get started. I think we're ready. We are, and for the public, those watching us, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We have the option of taking a lunch now or working through this last section and finishing up a bit early to where those folks who are driving our staff and some of our committee members that have to drive back to Cheyenne can maybe get a little earlier start. But if they don't share their crackers with us, we'll just. So where we're at is we're on the item 14. And this is a bill that we're going to consider that's about a program that the Business Council administers, the BRC program. And we have, I believe, with us a representative from the Business Council that's going to walk us through the concerns that they had with our current statute. And then once again, Heather, we'll ask you to walk us through on how we approach that to rectify their concerns and have a discussion on what we want to do with that bill. So folks, that's where we're at. So if we could get, and you told me who Josh designated to.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, you said the Business Council, we kind of, it's like the chairman here, they're all over. That's the Wyoming Business Council.
Wyoming,
Oh,
thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have Julie Kozlowski and Ron Goldberg from the Wyoming Business Council, and they are up on the screen. Once they speak, they'll become big.
Oh, so I just have to speak? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm Ron Goldberg, the Strategic Partnerships Director for the Wyoming Business Council. I will hand this over to Investment Division Director Julie Kozlowski. Josh Durrell, our CEO, sends his apologies. He's got a meeting conflict. Well, he had one at 1, but anyway, Julie's the resident expert, and I'll hand it over to her to kind of give you an overview of thoughts and then take any questions that arise about any of the program.
Well, Mr. Goldberg, I would you just remind Director Durrell that this meeting was set probably a month or so ago? And
I
we
will.
thought
Thank
that
you,
we
Mr.
thought
Chair.
his time was committed. Right?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And so something come up in that time that took precedent over this meeting I'm taking?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay, Julie, do we have you available?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Julie
Hi.
Kozlowski. I'm the Investments Director for the Wyoming Business Council.
So Julie,
Sorry.
if you wouldn't mind, could you just kind of walk us through the challenge that the Wyoming Business Council had in administering this program, and particularly how it applies, I think, and how it could be administered to tribal requests, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to do that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So the Business Ready Community Program is a program funded with general fund dollars for 20 years now. And it's to provide infrastructure for the purpose of incentivizing economic development, publicly owned infrastructure. Eligible applicants in the statute have always been listed as cities, towns, counties, joint powers boards, and the tribes. And so for all these years, the staff of the Wyoming Business Council has believed that the tribes were eligible applicants for the program. And long ago, we did a couple of projects, but we've had more difficulty in recent years trying to make those projects come to fruition. And so I had a conversation with the Attorney General's office and asked them, please help me understand what are the hurdles that we're looking at here. And their assessment was that there wasn't clarity on the process by which the tribes could participate in the program. And so it's my understanding that this legislation will help clear that up, will mitigate that issue. And that is that the tribes would then have to do a cooperative agreement with the state, which would essentially say that by doing so, they would agree to abide by all the rules of the program, just as any other applicant would have to, notwithstanding their status as a sovereign nation. And so get a cooperative agreement in place, then they could access the program as any other eligible applicant. For us, this would really bring a measure of relief, because we've had great projects that we just had trouble moving forward. And we would love to see them be able to access the program and think that it could do a lot of good. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be blunt. I'm struggling to see the need for this bill. You mentioned the AG has concerns, but when I look at 9-12-601, it talks about the ability to enter into cooperative agreements. One thing I understand as a concern is right now, as it's written, it says the Eastern Shoshone tribe, the Northern and the Northern Arapaho tribe may enter into a cooperative agreement. So I can see that under the confusion that, can just one tribe or both tribes, or does it have to be both tribe? And so I like the language on the bottom of page 4 going on, or bottom of page 3 going into the top of page 4, that makes it clear that it could be either one tribe or the other, or both together. Beyond that, I don't understand the rest of it. So tell me, even with that, to me, that's a technical minor ask. What is the concern about all this other stuff I'm seeing, all these other requests for language?
Julie.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I could tell you I'm not an attorney, and I didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So I did not understand the differentiation, why we had to change the language, that they had to do the cooperative agreement first prior to becoming an eligible applicant, because as I said, staff thought for many years that tribes already were eligible applicants. I would defer to the Attorney General's office on that point. They made it clear that they felt like this was a necessary step to being clear that the tribes, because they're not a municipal, a local government, that their status as a sovereign nation functions differently than a local government, obviously, that the cooperative agreement should be in place first before they would access the program, and that this legislation would in fact enable that and make that process clear.
So, Julie, I'm looking through our draft bill, and we're on version 0.5. Is that correct, Heather?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So I'm not seeing any requirement in there for a cooperative agreement. So can you help me with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that that's it's 9-12-805, where it talks about that the council can enter into a cooperative agreement with the Eastern Shoshone tribe, the Northern Arapaho, or intertribal as both tribes to promote the purposes of the act. And then again later, sorry, I'm scrolling.
I understand it's in existing statute.
Right.
But in the bill, we don't have a reference or a requirement for that cooperative agreement that I think you were implying might be part of the bill. So was I just confused in what you said, or I'm sensing a little confusion here, and it may be on my part.
No, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Let me Okay, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong draft. So let me just, I'm scrolling here on my computer and I'm one-armed, so I'm asked for your patience. I've got an arm in a sling here. So in the draft bill, it's on page 3, line 9. It discussed the language that they're suggesting here is that grants and loans in this article shall include terms that require recipients to comply with and recognize the state's authority to enforce the rules and regulations of the program. And I'm paraphrasing here. And that will then, on the following page, it speaks to the fact that that would facilitate participation in the program. And I think that was the key to this was it's not that doing the cooperative agreement, it's that the cooperative agreement has to be done first and can't be a cooperative agreement done as a result of a project. And that's how it had been done previously. And so I think this clears up the sequence that the cooperative agreement must be done first so that that's in place and that the state's authority is recognized over this program.
Want to take a stab at it? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is the first I've heard about there being a sequence problem. When I read the statute, it's got a process that's laid out starting on page 2, talking about the purpose of why this business ready community program exists. And then the paragraphs A, B, and then the remainders going up to H would seem to be the process for towns and counties. And as I understood it, then you have paragraph H, which makes the tribes eligible collectively to apply and participate in the program, but under somewhat of a different process through a cooperative agreement. So what I'm concerned about is now we're saying, now it's confused to me. Like, do they have to have a cooperative agreement first before they can enter into this process that we've already laid out for counties? And if we've done that, then we've just added a layer of bureaucracy to their ability to participate. And then the language that you cite on page 3 about encouraging participation, these are loan agreement terms. And so I think you already have this authority now under current laws, the business council, to enter into contracts, to have all of the stuff that you want here. You already have the ability to do that. So I don't know why we would codify that. So that's my concerns and my questions.
Ms. Kozlowski, please.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, so just to speak very frankly, I'm where you are. I felt that as staff, our reading of the statute was that the tribes already had the ability to participate in the program, and as such, we had entertained applications. We struggled with them a little bit, but for a number of reasons. And I know that Senator Case will remember one project in particular that we worked on for a long time. But as I said, in order to get legal advice on this, because I'm not an attorney and I don't have any such background, we asked the Attorney General's office to take a look, and their review of it was that the missing piece was that it needed to be clarified that the cooperative agreement needed to be done first, so that it was clear that the rules of the program applied to the tribes as with any other applicant prior to them being able to apply to the program as any other local government would. So I am asking your consideration of the legislation because it's my understanding that the legal review says that that's what we need in order for the tribes to participate in the program, which is ultimately what the staff wants. We want the tribes to be able to access this program as any other local government would be able to. But I absolutely would defer to your review of it, and I can definitely go back and get some additional information from the Attorney General's office if that's what you would like me to do. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to everyone from the Business Council, Wyoming Business Council that's online with us. You know, this has got a really, really long history. So I think the original legislation that included the tribes in economic development issues at the state of Wyoming was brought by possibly the Speaker, Fred Parody, and I believe I was a co-sponsor on that bill. And then it added either or both tribal governance to the programs of the Business Council. And this is, it's 20 years ago, I think, something like that. This committee, subsequent to that, found other places in the law where we added the same language, making our tribal friends eligible. And I'm kind of caught off guard by this. At that time, the Attorney General, it was Gay Woodhouse, actually, I think in the original they were okay with this, everything was fine. And now I feel kind of blindsided by this, to be honest, that there's a problem. Clearly, I think our good co-chairman has made a great point. All of these have agreements for the transfer of the money, and they can put whatever they want, whatever they agree to in all those agreements. So why do we need to come back and poke our friends in the eye and say, now we want you to do this first step before you can apply, when we've been trying to treat them equal for more than 2 decades or nearly 2 decades. So this one's got me kind of upset, and I hope we wouldn't take any action on this today. I'm a little concerned we don't have the Attorney General's office on the line, or don't have anything in writing from the Attorney General's office, and we don't even have the director of this agency here. So, and I don't think our tribal friends have seen this yet. So I'm just like, what are we doing here?
So I'll share with the committee, and Julie, with you, as we saw the concerns of Chairman Ellis and I did with his from the Attorney General. And so the bill was put together in a couple of versions, but where we keep coming back to, and I would, is in any of the Business Council's programs, if it was me and I qualified for the program, then you have, through your rulemaking authority, then you write the conditions by which I can participate in the program, or in that document really rules between me and the Business Council. And which is good. I think we have to have that, because the laws of the state have to be complied with, and the ability to, if it's a loan, to be able to have collateral or whatever. And so it appears, as we've looked at this, and we want to help the Business Council, but more so we want the tribes to be able to have access to this, that it appeared to us that maybe that you actually do currently, through your rulemaking authority, have the ability, when the tribe as an entity, or a business owned by the tribe, or a business that is owned by a tribal member comes to the Business Council, then you, through the rulemaking authority that you have, can write the conditions in the agreement. Is that accurate? And I guess that question's to you, Julie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can promulgate rules, yes. And it was my understanding from a brief conversation with our AG that that was not the preferable way to do it. However, we've addressed many things through rules, and if that's the pleasure of the committee, I'm happy to have that discussion again, not only with our AG, but also to do rule promulgation, to do whatever we need to do to make sure the program is available to the tribes.
Well, and I think what we're saying is it appears that to make the program available with equity across the state, that we would have a rule that says the program is available, but these conditions have to be met. Then when the tribe comes or any other entity comes, then you have to comply with those rules that have gone through the rulemaking process. And then the contractual agreement, they would then have to, sit just like I do when I go to the bank, sit down with my loan officer and agree to the conditions of me getting that loan. And that seems to be a more normal approach to this, and perhaps without, we're just trying to soften that and kind of think that maybe that already exists. It's been a good exercise and we appreciate the discussion, and it sheds some light on perhaps why there's been some hesitation to from the tribes or from the business council to do this, but hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that. Senator Case.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I would like to just jump back a little bit and say, why are we doing this? We're doing this because tribes should be eligible for business council programs. Number one, these are citizens of the state of Wyoming. Number two, the state of Wyoming taxes tribal minerals. And so, then that's the source of funding for our programs, along with all the pooled funding from revenue sources. So tribes on the Wind River Reservation have paid the severance tax forever. And that was really, this was one of those equalizing things. The argument used to be that we don't get enough services for the taxes you take. And Speaker Parity and others on the tribal committee at that time thought that this would be a great step forward to make sure there was inclusion on these and other programs. Now, there is the Constitution about funding things not under the absolute control of the state. But we have skirted that in a very powerful way and a good way for 2 decades now. Now, if the AG is re-looking at the Constitution and saying we have to have some other way of doing this by contract to get around the Constitution, it's always been done by contract. These are contracts for money. So I'm just having a little trouble here.
So I guess that I will follow up with Senator Case. Julie, I'll follow up with Senator Case's comments and just ask the question, do you see where do you kind of see through the evolution of this discussion with the AG's office and this administration and back to this committee with this history, do you kind of see how we're landing where we are?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. And I am, I apologize that I feel like I was inadequately prepared for this. But I don't disagree with any of your questions, and I'm happy to take them back to our Attorney General and to our director, and we can continue to work on this and figure it out and determine whether or not there is still a missing piece that requires this legislation or not. My goal, I think, is the same as yours, and that is I've worked on a number of projects, so we want to make them happen for the tribes, and I feel that they deserve to access this program. They've been included in the statute. So to me, that was intent that was expressed 20 years ago, that they should be able to participate in this program and avail themselves of it. And so I'm happy to take whatever next steps you'd like me to either advance this and clear it up or dispense with it.
Chairman Ellis.
Mr. Chairman, to put a fine point on it, I guess what I want to know is right now, if one tribe were to apply for the business ready community, is it the Attorney General's position that they're prevented or precluded from being able to apply? And if that's the case, I'd like to know the legal interpretation that supports that. I'm really frustrated at having to guess at what the problem is. And if it's a legal conclusion, we should be provided with memos and documentation and explanation so we can understand that thinking. But right now, I share the frustration of my colleague from Fremont County. If the position is that tribes are ineligible from applying, then what does subsection H mean? I'm struggling to understand what the problem is.
Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's my understanding, is that our Attorney General believes that they are ineligible to apply at this point in time, and that this change in sequence of the cooperative agreement being done first is what would be necessary for them to be then an eligible applicant. I did request an Attorney General opinion at a certain point that was determined not to be necessary. So I'm not able to provide that to you at this point in time, but I'm happy to go ahead and request that be completed.
Thank you, and we hope the bruises didn't go too deep.
No,
Good.
no, I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
So committee, what I'd like to do is just ask the public if there's any public comment in support of the bill, and then I'm going to make a recommendation to the committee if we don't have any. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Emily Solai, Special Counsel to the Governor. This is a bill that the Governor's office supports. It is a bill that clarifies with no ambiguity that both of the tribes or either tribe are eligible to receive a grant or a loan under this BRC program. And that's exactly what our office wants to be the case. This bill came out of frustration from most recently the Northern Arapaho tribe, who had applied for one of these BRC grants, but over the years from both, because the statute has been interpreted differently over the years, which to me means there's an ambiguity here. And Co-Chair Ellis, if I could address some of your questions about where the issue is coming from. So in 9-12-601B, it specifies any city, town, or county may submit an application to the council for a grant or a loan. So the words grant and the word loan are used only in relation to the entities city, town, county, and in the next sentence, joint powers board. Now, in a separate subsection within this same statute, I believe it's H, it directs that the business council may also enter into cooperative agreements with the tribes. The interpretive issue that's arisen over the years is, what is a cooperative agreement? If a cooperative agreement means a grant or a loan, why is a different word being used in that subsection? If a cooperative agreement does not mean a grant or a loan, I mean, the question becomes, why is that subsection included in the statute? One of the suggestions for why it may be is that perhaps a county could apply for a grant or a loan to benefit an economic development project to benefit the tribes. And that in that instance, then they want to make sure that the business council has authority to enter into a cooperative agreement with the tribes. We did look back at the history of this bill. We listened to the audio of the debate on the floor, and to try to get some evidence of the intent here, if cooperative agreement did mean grant or loan, or if it meant something different. And we found the audio, but there was no debate or explanation about subsection H, which was entered as an amendment to this bill. So given that the interpretations over the years have changed, again, to me, that means this language is not clear. And to the extent we can make it clearer and get over this speed bump altogether, that would be our office's preference. And it fixes it for the future as well, so that both tribes or each tribe independently are eligible for this program.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Ellis, please.
So seeing that is helpful, or hearing that is helpful. I think the question though is H presumably was created in recognition that we have two separate sovereigns and we were trying to not treat, the state was trying to not treat them the same as a county or a city or any other municipality. This changes that. This treats them like a city, town, or county, which is fine. Maybe the tribes like that, maybe they don't. But then what's the need then for H? And how do those two work together? And then we just heard today that there's a sequencing problem. So we haven't hit the nail on the head with this. And then the only other thing I'd offer, and further previous drafts of this that I saw, this request for codification of loan and grant agreements. I mean, right now, the state of Wyoming already has this authority. We have the authority to enforce contracts and agreements. I mean, that's all redundant language to me. And so I just want to push back on all of that, because all it makes me want to do is read and understand better what is in the contracts. I mean, if we're going to start dictating what's in contracts and agreements, like, let's know the whole universe of that, right? So I want to push on that language, but that's the confusion I have, is what, we're guessing. I mean, we weren't given this analysis to read beforehand.
So Emily, before you answer, I think it's important for the committee. This isn't the governor's office's language. Okay. They didn't produce, they come to us and says, can we draft some language that looks at this? So we've got a draft bill in front of us, and we've shared that with the business council, with the governor's office and it's been toned down. We just need to make sure that this wasn't we understand that this wasn't a bill or language that any member of the governor's office brought to us and said, this is what we want you to consider. We've drafted language here to try and accommodate the deficiencies that they found in. I think in doing that, what we have, the questions that have resulted as we studied this is, through the rulemaking process that they have now, can't they do this? And my question, if I may, then comes back to Heather in response to a question that, to a comment that Emily had, which was the intent of H. And can you help us, Heather? I thought in some other discussions on other legislation we had is in B, where it talks about cities, towns, and counties, grants and loans, sets the premise for the program. And then when H comes in, it would assume then the structure that is that then they are eligible for everything that preceded that.
Mr. Chairman, I am reluctant to put an opinion out there, but I do know that we had discussions along the lines of what Senator Case had described, which is that language in subsection H, understanding future legislatures, understanding that to be the key, the mechanism by which to ensure tribal participation, that same language has been modeled and replicated in future programs, with this being one of the first, and then in other programs and even other areas of statutes, that the language of here's a program, or the structure of here's a program, and the program is described, and then a subsection or separate section later saying, and there can be a cooperative agreement to enable, essentially meaning that it can enable participation of the tribes in this whole thing that we just described. It appears to be the model of how these have been produced over the years.
And so then, Emily, can I come back and ask you in to answer Senator Ellis? Is it the discussion that you had in the governor's office in trying to make this more accessible to the tribes, that H is ambiguous in what it allows the tribes to do, grant or loan, and requires this cooperative agreement?
Chairman Larson, yes, that is exactly what the issue that we've run into. And I think part of the reason for that is that subsection H does not say a cooperative agreement for participation in this program. Instead, it says a cooperative agreement to promote the purpose of this article, which which is described in A. It is the purpose of this article to promote economic development at the city, town, and county level, which is why I think it's helpful to revise A to say not just the city, town, and county level, but also on the Wind River Reservation. And likewise, I think it would be helpful to clarify in subsection H, perhaps this is alternative language, but if a cooperative agreement is the route that the business council is to use to get to a grant or a loan, just to say that in H then. A cooperative agreement to participate in this program, a cooperative agreement to receive a grant or a loan, something like that. Because right now, again, the issue that we're seeing with how the statute is being interpreted is that according to B, only a city, town, or county is eligible to submit an application, and then likewise a joint powers board.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly would point that there could be ambiguity, and that new person, new attorney. Oh,
It's okay.
I think it's okay. New governor and AG looking at this program may say, well, you've been employing it, doesn't really do what you want to say or what you thought it said. I'm okay with that. I'd like to go back and look and be more inclusive. I mean, for one thing, we didn't have an intertribal council. That is obviously, we refer to joint council, but this has the feeling of imposing an additional step and questioning what we've done before. And there's a real tenor here. I represent the tribes. I have represented this district for a long time. I'm just kind of like, this is the way we're coming at this. This feels like a club. I think we could tweak a lot of language and say, instead of cities, towns, we could add and tribal governments either together or separately, and do that throughout all these programs. And they were amended at different times because we had the first program where we did this, but I was involved in that development of those personally for 20 years. And so it's like, oh, really? I just would like to approach this more holistically and cooperatively. And I haven't heard from the AG. This is the first time the governor's office has talked to me about this. And so I'm a little bit off my center on this. And I do think we could draft a bill that is more inclusive at every step.
And
But
so
it doesn't add additional steps.
Thank you, Senator Cates. And so I think you see some of that already in A and B, where we include instead of in addition to cities, towns, and counties,
We might do that all the way through. That might be a good step.
we do that. That's what this bill does. And then, so let's look at this.
Yep.
And see what we can do, because if we can make it better, then let's make it better.
Fair enough.
Okay, Emily?
If I could, Chairman, I just want to clarify, Chairman and Senator Case, the issues that the tribal business councils have faced in applying to this program are not just under the current administration. They're issues that they've been facing for a number of years.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, we heard, we don't know what cooperative agreement means, but that's the nature of legislation, right? We put out a task for you and then you fill in details with rules. Has there ever been an attempt by the business council to define what a cooperative agreement would entail? I mean, they could have borrowed pieces of the process that is outlined in paragraph A in the rulemaking to define what the expectation is of a cooperative agreement. And I get that we can tweak some of the language about saying this applies to projects for the Wind River Reservation. We can tweak it to say, each tribe or both tribes together are eligible to participate. I think that's my frustration, is there's rulemaking authority and there's ability to do so much of this stuff already. But then I started looking at your rulemaking authority and you've got a modified rulemaking process. And so then I start having questions about that. And so it just is this never ending can of worms for me that I'm just struggling with. So has there been any attempt that you're aware of by the business council to define what a cooperative agreement is through a rulemaking?
And
Emily?
Chairman Larson, Co-Chair Ellis, I don't know that
cooperative agreement needs to be defined or even in this bill to achieve what the governor hopes to achieve, which is just to make sure that grants and loans are available to each tribe. I don't know whether or not the Business Council has attempted to promulgate rules that say exactly what needs to be in a cooperative agreement. I also don't know that a cooperative agreement is a necessary step here. So what we need is something that says a cooperative agreement either is the same as a grant or a loan, or is the precursor to a grant or a loan. And I don't know that it needs to be the precursor.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Any other questions for Emily? So any other public comment? We'll just open this up for any other comment for pro or con.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not seeing any, and I don't believe there's any online. I'd just like to recommend that we carry this over a little bit and maybe think about clarifying and simplifying.
Well, I think I'm not opposed to carrying it over, but I think we ought to take a look at this bill to where people understand what's in it, to where when we look at clarifying it, we don't come back and have repetitive questions next time as we try to clarify it. So I'd like to have Heather take us through the bill, and let's make notes on what we think, and then let's have a discussion on what we think would do that, and have her prepare another draft that we can work on up to the next meeting.
I think that's a great way to proceed.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
please, Jim, or Representative Blackburn.
Jim is fine. I'd really like to hear from the tribes before we get too far into this. I just chatted with a colleague and has never heard of a problem from either tribe. So I'm wondering if what are we doing here? Are we just making law because we want to do it? If there's no problem, we haven't heard from the tribes.
Well, and again, public comment is open. If there's anybody else, but I do know that the internet provider, tribal internet provider we've thought that we might be some possibilities for them to look at some of these studies, and that's been held up because they didn't know it was ambiguous because it's a tribal owned business. And so I think to the point of the Business Council and to the governor's office, I think that there has been some hiccups. What we'd like to do is see it used more by the tribes. And if we can fix the language to where it's more inclusive and take some of that away, then great. If we don't feel like we can, then all right. So it's Representative Clifford, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to call on Councilwoman Harjo, but I know with the Wyoming business community grants or loans, I'm not exactly sure of the terminology, but when they were helping the ag, our ranchers and stuff, they had some, well, they weren't eligible. And so Councilwoman Harjo might have more information that she could shed light to the committee on. Thank you.
Councilwoman Harjo.
So it's true. A lot of our Indian agriculture people and ranchers were, to me, I feel discriminated against. Some of the language that's in the applications when you actually apply doesn't apply to some of our people. Another thing with the Wyoming Business Council grants and loans, it's scheduled in the language, it says to municipality, and we're not a municipality, we're a government. So a lot of times when we try to apply for a loan or a grant, we don't get it, no matter what we do. So I do agree that we need to have different language, and we would like to be a part of this bill making process. A lot of times we're not even at the table when these processes are being made, and we don't have that voice or we don't have that tribal consultation. And so right now our Indian ag people and our Indian farmers and ranchers are really hurting. They're hurting from the fees they have to pay. They're hurting from the water. They're hurting from the leases, as every other farmer and rancher here in Wyoming. I did talk to the governor a little bit about it. We didn't have a lengthy discussion though, but the Wyoming Business Council loans, those kinds of things did come up. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Councilwoman Harjo? Let's go with Senator Salazar first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a quick question. Was your application denied because you were not eligible? Or was your application denied because a different application succeeded? It sounds like your application was accepted, or maybe you can clarify that.
No, it wasn't even my application. It was other people in our community, other farmers and ranchers. It's almost like the Speaks Eagle, the Kills Eagle bill that was there when our ranchers were discriminated against at that time. I'm not sure what that language is, but there have been a lot of, had we known, we could have brought those people here to this meeting. And they would have been able to tell you themselves, but there is problems with it.
So, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to think of the right way to tackle this. And, you know, Councilwoman, if something to think about is, would you want to be on the same footing as being treated as the same as a city, town, or other municipality that has to apply through the process that's laid out here that they have to apply to? I mean, are you comfortable with the tribes just kind of being lumped into those categories, or is there a separate process that you think your tribe would like to?
I think it could
engage
be
in?
a separate process. Some of the things that we talked about was a pass through the state, rather than it going out to the Wyoming Business Council. If we're going to be a recipient of those monies, then why couldn't it just be a pass through straight through the tribe? So sometimes there's a lot of hoops that we have to jump through too as a tribe just to receive money that is earmarked for us.
I think we need to be careful that we stay on the BRC program and not a CARES Act or not another program that we're in, that stay in this statute in this program. And I think that becomes problematic doing the pass through. So Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree about that. I hope we'll take a good look at this again. We developed the language that was in there with tribal governments before in every step of this. And it was iterative because there were several pieces of different state programs that we changed over time. The idea was to have people be able to apply through the tribal governments, either individually or together. It was not to allow any private entities to participate other than as citizens like other citizens. But so I'm not sure about the farmers and ranchers discussion, whether that was a private entity or that was through tribal governments. So I'm a little confused by that, but I think this whole thing needs to have a little bit of a look at it. And I feel flat-footed, and I confess that's probably my own darn fault, but I just really feel flat-footed at this today.
Any other questions for Councilwoman Harjo? Thank you. So let me ask you, that ag program, was that through the Ag Relief Program that the Business Council administered for the CARES Act?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference. You know, that's not a.
But even still, even if it isn't the CARES Act money, it's just in general.
Well, I appreciate that, but you know, in how that was, they were assigned to administer that program. It wasn't their program. And so let's sit that, but your point is very valid on Wyoming Business Council's programs. Our tribal entities, do they have access to those programs as well? This is what I think we're trying to.
All right, thank you. But yeah, I think it would benefit us a lot better if it would have been a pass through straight through the tribe. So thank you.
So committee, I think what I'd like to do is ask Heather to come back to the table, walk us through this bill and show us what we done on the bill, and then committee, once we kind of understand what that is, that's come back, we're not going to move the bill, but we're going to work the bill with some tentative changes. And then we can have that draft come out that we can be looking at and preparing for October. Madam Chairman, is that okay with you? Okay, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, this bill draft is 22 LSO 0098. And it is working draft 0.5. And the bill draft in its title describes that this is clarifying that the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes may participate in specified economic development programs, and it's requiring specific terms to be included in grants and loans. And then the rest of page 1 describes the sections that are altered in this particular bill. Moving to page 2, this first set of subsections are dealing with the Business Ready Community Program for the Wyoming Business Council. And in subsection A, they specify that the purpose of the article is to promote economic development at the city, town, and county levels and on the Wind River Reservation. Then in subsection B, the bill draft goes on to, in subsection B, it tells about who may submit an application. So it says that any city, town, county, or the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone tribe, or both tribes together, may submit an application to the council for one of these grants or loans. On page 3, we are still in subsection B, and it clarifies, and this is not specific to the tribes or anything. It simply says that all grants and loan, it inserts language that says all grants and loans under this article shall include terms that require recipients to comply with and that recognize the state's authority to enforce this article and the rules and regulations promulgated pursuant to this article. And then subsection H of this Business Ready Community Program indicates that the council in that instance means the Wyoming Business Council may enter into cooperative agreements with the Eastern Shoshone tribe, the Northern Arapaho tribe, or the Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes to promote the purposes of this article and to facilitate participation in the program. So I read that with language inserted of how that would read. On page 4, these similar alterations are then made to another Wyoming Business Council program, which is the Community Facilities Program. And in subsection C of this Community Facilities Program, this is the section that describes the program. In the section that says who may apply, it says that it changes the language to say that any qualifying community with a demonstrated need for a community facility, including a city, town, county, joint powers board, other local governmental entity, or the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone tribe, or both tribes together, may submit an application. So that was similar to the language in the other program. And then in subsection E of this same program, it includes other language letting the Business Council know that all grants and loans under this article shall include terms that require recipients to comply and the state to enforce this particular section.
Mr. Chairman, you just want to, I don't know if this is appropriate to bring this up now. This is the piece that gets under my skin, and it's here twice. I could go with the rest of the bill, but this is the piece that gets under my skin.
We'll get there.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, it's in here 3 times, the section about what the grants and loans shall, the terms that they shall include, because it's repeated in each of the different business council programs that are in this bill. So we will encounter it again. Still on this, in the 800s, which is the section for the Wyoming Community Facilities Program of the Business Council. This section 805 is the section that's analogous to subsection H in that Business Ready Communities Program. And so this section makes the language similar to subsection H and saying that the council may, and council in this case is Business Council, Wyoming Business Council may enter into cooperative agreements with the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Arapaho Tribe, or the Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho Tribes to promote the purposes of the Community Facilities Program and to facilitate participation in the program. And then we're moving to the 900s, which is the Wyoming Workforce Housing Infrastructure Program, another Wyoming Business Council program. And on the top of page 6, we are in subsection A. And this is the analogous changes that we've just seen only for this program. And so for this program, it says that the people who may apply are any city, town, county, special improvement district, or the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone Tribe, or both tribes together may submit an application. And then at the end of that section is the language about the loans need to include terms that require people to comply and can be enforced. And then subsection J is the part that changes the cooperative agreement. Section J is analogous to section 805 and subsection H of the first one. And this is saying that the council may enter into cooperative agreements with the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Arapaho Tribe, or the Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone or Northern Arapaho Tribes to promote the purposes of this article and to facilitate participation in the program. So the additional thing that was added for all 3 of those sections, subsection H on the first couple pages, section 805, and this section J, subsection J, they do all have and to facilitate participation in the program at the end of them. And that's this bill draft.
So Heather, if we could go back and let me ask a couple of questions on page on page 2 on B, where it says the council will establish the Wyoming Business Ready program provided by this, and then it says any city, town, county, and now we've got included the tribes can participate. Does not that then give them authority to participate in the program because they get to make application?
Mr. Chairman, that is the intent. Yes.
And so then it seems to me that we could do away with H, because there's no need to enter into cooperative agreement because back in A, we've given them the permission to participate.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the tribes would apply as a tribe or as a tribe individually or both tribes together.
Yeah, and so kind of my premise is, as I had this discussion is we're saying that the business council has rulemaking authority. And so as they make an application and they get to that, the contractual agreement between the business council and that entity, whether it be tribal, city, town, or county, would govern that agreement. And so we're putting in place what I'm kind of suggestion committee is that we move them. I like that language in B. That allows us to do away with H, which Emily pointed out. We don't understand this cooperative agreement stuff, but it's there. And so how do we interpret it? Well, we don't even need to have it. Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the old brain cells are kicking around a little bit. I think because of the constitutionality question, um, there was concerns expressed that it wasn't constitutional for the state to provide funding to tribal governments. This goes back a long, long time ago because their tribes are not under the direct control of the state of Wyoming. So I think the way that the needle was threaded earlier was to put tribal governments in a separate place in the program and not list them after cities and towns, and and not treat them like cities and towns, which are political subdivisions of the state of Wyoming, but to treat them separately. And I think that's where the cooperative thing may have come about. So I love your idea. I'm just wondering if there's a constitutional catch.
Well, in fair enough, and maybe we could get that fleshed out a little bit, but to me, if we're saying that these entities, because the city is different than a county, but yet they're included here. Granted, they're political subdivisions, but we recognize that. But there's I'm seeing no reason why the tribes can't be listed there as well. We recognize the difference between them, but we're saying they get to make the application, and then in the rulemaking process should be able to flesh out the conditions that allow them to participate.
I agree.
And so then if we left that in there, we've done away with H, get rid of the new language on 3 about the grants, loans under this article shall determine, because that will be determined by the contract, right? So wherever we have that language that Senator Cashew pointed out, we would delete that. And so I think if you come, and so Heather, are you tracking with me? Are you tracking with me, kind of?
Mr. Chairman, I believe so.
Okay. I come back to some of these other programs. And so if you get into 801, where it says that there needs to be a cooperative agreement, and that's on page 5, that men into cooperative agreement, that's existing language. But if you taking your understanding that we had the state entities, then we brought the tribes in as a separate section, that cooperative agreement requirement is in, this is in 703, in 701, or in 80, I'm sorry, in 804, it's that same requirement for the state entity, so it's no different. So the cooperative agreement, well, you could leave it in there, or you could, because if it's required for everybody else, it would be required for the tribes, cooperative agreement to participate in that. Or can we do away with 805 and include them in 804, and just like we're doing it with this other, and saying that community facilities program account is created within the special revenue fund that shall consist of funds credited to the account funds. In what's interesting to me is it doesn't have any definition in 804 in the community facility program. Well, that's just the establishment. That's just the establishment of the account.
Mr. Chairman, it's 801 that talks about the program, in that
And-
particular program.
And then does it say who can apply?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on page 4 in subsection C.
In subsection where?
Subsection C on page 4.
Okay.
Page
So if we
1C.
put that language there in 4, then we could do away with 805.
Mr. Chairman, it is the committee's prerogative. Sometimes once something already exists in statute, then doing away with it, as you described, can raise questions, even though it's completely,
Most everything I do raises questions.
well, so it's similar to the last bill with just like striking it could cause a question, even though it was totally innocuous. Another possibility, doing away with maybe the committee's prerogative, another possibility in H 805 and J, subsection H, section 805 and subsection J could be reducing it to something along the lines of that the tribes may participate pursuant to, and then referring back to that subsection C that you were described, or referring back to subsection B that was described. I just, some consideration, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, we can talk about this, but let's not forget that the whole reason we're doing this is because of an Attorney General interpretation. This law doesn't have broad application across Wyoming. It's very narrow application about the tribes applying. Already, the Business Council enjoys a bit of immunity when it comes to participation in the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. They're exempt from it. I'm guessing the reason that is, it's that way is so that if they decide not to do a grant or loan, they don't have to do a contested case hearing. But this is, we're doing all of this dancing because of an Attorney General opinion. So we can visit with them and see if they have concerns of us repealing this part if we decide to go this route or not, but I don't want to get too worked up. There are a handful of people in Wyoming that are going to be as concerned about this as we are.
So my instruction to you would be to give us some options there. Okay, so let's look
Certainly,
at
Mr.
it.
Chairman.
Let's look at it, bringing it over into that, and let's look at an option the way you described. I think we value your opinion and think that we need to consider some of this along the way. So, yes, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, along those lines, I'd ask LSO to reach out to the AG's office so that we can memorialize in some kind of documentation so that in 20 years, when there's a new governor and a new AG, that there's no confusion about what our intention is and that they have an understanding and we understand and everybody understands how we expect this to work.
And I think that's really a good idea. I'm not worried that they have to have some kind of a agreement in place beforehand. That one sounds weird to me. But I'm okay if they want to have different language in the agreement for a grant to tribes than they have for grants to a city and town. I'm okay. It's sovereign to sovereign. So I think that we're onto something here, and how you codify that and put it together. And there, I know that constitutionality drove the original language, and it's probably, maybe that's the reason for the ambiguity now. Because I remember that constitutionally, we can't just treat them like city and town, and they don't want to be treated like city and town either.
Yeah, and I respect that. We know that they're not a city and town. And this doesn't talk about political subdivisions or entities of the state. It just identifies who can apply. They could say whomever. And I think that we like this. I think that it's fair to say, is this possible? Let's have the discussion, because I'd really like to clean that up a little bit.
I agree. I'm breathing better now.
Okay.
I think we're all moving in the right direction.
I agree.
Okay. We're getting there. So I think, and so we'll table this. And what I'd like to do is let's look at this. And Julie, I don't know if you're still on the line or if you took cover. And, if you're brave to stick your head back out, then we'd like to include you in this discussion. Is she still there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're a brave woman. Thank you. So I think what we'd like to do, and Chairman, is to each of our tribal chairmen, is we'll start down a draft in our next meetings in October, but at least we've got some of this fleshed out a little bit. Let's get some draft and we'll present it. Julie, we're going to bring it to Business Council, Emily, and we'll bring it to the councils and help you understand what our intent is with each of those. And if we need to tweak this a little bit more, then maybe by October we can have a draft that we're comfortable with. But I think, Julie, really kind of the basis that we're going to really be landing on is that we think through your rulemaking authority, you really do have the ability, if whatever applicant it is, a city, town, county, or tribe, to Senator Case's point, sovereign to sovereign, then you're going to have to craft the language of the contract to reflect that. So we're going to be basing a lot of this on on our presumption that that's the way we operate. Okay, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, I recently worked on a bill where I thought there was a clear understanding between our legislature and the executive branch on how a bill was going to be implemented. And since that time, I've seen the Attorney General's office take a 180 position. I'm now seeing our executive branch doing something entirely contrary to what I thought our clear legislative language and intent was. And so I think that's why I'm concerned about this is we need to understand what the problem is. We need to understand and have some assurance that whatever we pass here is going to be executed in accordance with our intent. And so I don't know how we achieve that, but I can tell you that's been a headache and a concern of mine in reading this bill over and over again, was that whatever we do, I think we want to make sure that it accomplishes our intended objective, which is to allow the tribes to participate and be eligible for these funds and grants and loans. So that's one issue. And then the other is just maybe a request. I think it made sense for the business council at one point in time to maybe have some exemption from the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, certainly on contested cases. But I am questioning, I think my understanding is that business council more or less uses the APA's rulemaking process. And so maybe that's an appropriate discussion for the business council to consider. I think it's outside the scope of this committee and something the Minerals Committee could look at, but something I would encourage our participants and listeners to give some thought to, of whether or not to just request that you have to follow those official rulemaking processes. Thank you.
Committee, is there, or I would just look for a little acknowledgement. Are we okay with this? The way we're moving forward, Senator Case, this is your district. Are you okay with how we're headed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm glad we had this discussion now, but I don't know how. Anyway.
Emily, you good? Okay, so we'll be back with this discussion, and in the meantime, we'll be having some further discussion with Governor's Office Business Council, Wyoming Business Council, and the other two business councils, tribal business councils, on how this looks. So, Heather, I think any questions from you on initially how we're going to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I understand the directive to LSO is to revise this bill with some comments from today. My understanding is I believe that the Wyoming Business Council may be requesting an AG opinion. And LSO is perhaps reaching out to the AG to get some additional feedback on their comments on the bill draft language.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't
Chairman?
know that, yes, we'll be fine there.
Mhm.
So, committee, we're going to move on. We've got one more bill to consider, and while Heather's there, and this bill is a result from the bill that we just tabled, which is looking at all the statutes and where we need to update language concerning the two tribes and the interagency where we used to have joint business council. And Senator Ellis caught that and suggested that we update our statutes to look at that. So Heather, could you walk us through that bill?
Mr. Chairman, this is 22 LSO-0110, working draft 0.5. The catch title is Tribal Reference Amendments. So it's how the tribes are referred to. The title, just to specify
Which draft?
0.5.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, okay, so the title describes what this bill does is it clarifies statutory references to either or both tribes. It corrects references from the obsolete business council to the obsolete joint business council to the intertribal council. It standardizes reference to either tribe or the intertribal council. It corrects references to the Wind River Indian Reservation, and it repeals the obsolete Wyoming Indian Affairs Council and provides for an effective date. So this just goes through each section, and I can describe a little bit about what each section does. This is, the intent is not substantive, but to have the correct references in all of the different sections that you see at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2. So the first one is in Title 5 that just refers to full faith and credit for tribal acts and records. Most every place in statute, if the Wind River Reservation is referred to, it is called the Wind River Indian Reservation. There were 4 places that it did not have the word Indian, so those are in this bill. This inserts the word Indian. The next section is in Title 8-7-101. And in this section, Arapaho, the word Arapaho had an E, and throughout the rest of statutes, it is just ARAPAHO, so that it is corrected here. And Title 9-12-601, you have actually seen this section because this was in the bill we just looked at, but this is not, this is coming from a referring to it correctly perspective rather than rather than what the last bill was about. And this makes the same, looking at section 601, section 805, and section 902 in the 912 section. There's actually 5 sections in the 9-12s. 9 is the business council. It makes it be so that the language is the same in all 5 of those sections. So this one says that it talks about the Eastern Shoshone tribe, the Northern Arapaho tribe, or the intertribal council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes. And then section 805 makes it say the Eastern Shoshone Indian tribe, the Northern Arapaho Indian tribe, or the intertribal council. See, you'll note at the top of page 4, it crosses off joint.
Heather, can I interrupt?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So I think this bill needs probably some work, and I do think we need to ask everyone listening and, you know, the attorneys for the tribes to really spend some time to make sure we get this right. One thing I just noticed is there are times where we say the Eastern Shoshone tribe with T capitalized, and then other times where on the next page even we say Eastern Shoshone Indian tribe. So I'd love feedback from our tribes of how that should be. I mean, I just want to make sure it's consistent, since that's what the whole purpose of this bill is. Along those lines, on page 3 at the top, we talk about the tribal ID cards. It says Eastern Shoshone tribe is the word of Wyoming necessary. So as we go through this, that's my plea to folks, is the whole point is to provide consistency. So let's not provide inconsistencies as we work on this.
I have one more thing.
Senator Case.
I'm wondering, I want to be delicate about this. For many years, there was a joint business council, and now there's an intertribal council. It is a significant change. I understand that. It's more than vernacular. But is there a way that we can generically refer to a cooperative something between the 2 tribes that they agree on? Because it may evolve over time or may not. We'd have to go back and change everything where we went from joint business to intertribal. And please don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to minimize that. That is there's a lot to that. But can we say something in statute that says, or subsequent joint governing bodies, or something that's generic that we wouldn't have to come back and change that should it evolve in the future?
I think that we could maybe task LSO with looking at maybe some language that we could propose out there that addresses that. I think your point's well taken. It's pointing at the fact that there is an agreement or a relationship between the 2 tribes in this situation, but it doesn't name it by name. Please.
Mr. Chairman, just since we're kind of on that thought, there's a part of our statutes where, we make some qualifying remarks saying anytime you see the word he, that of course means she, it's gender neutral. But maybe that part of the statute is where we make Senator Case's point about, this is to apply prospectively to any coming of the two tribes together. And then along those lines, it should catch the fact that we may have contracts that are with the joint council. This isn't meant to alter that. Those still continue to exist. And then for all of the water adjudication, I'm sure there are times where we've referred to the Shoshone Reservation, some kind of catch-all language that says that Wind River Indian Reservation is meant to, as interpreted to include that. But that needs some legal teasing out.
Mr. Chairman, Chairwoman Ellis, one bit of guidance, Mr. Chairman certainly heard as far as the some sort of cooperative governing body. That was some terminology that was considered to replace some of these. And so that certainly heard the request on that. To the question about capital T or lowercase t, Mr. Chairman, in this bill, there's an attempt to be consistent in the bill. However, there are probably dozens of other capital T's and lowercase t's in the statutes that were not brought in merely because they were a capital or a lowercase t. So I would need the committee's intent on that. And sometimes grammatically, it could be that it is part of a name. So it's definitely capital T and it was wrong. And so it should be a capital T. And sometimes it's just saying tribes, and it would be multiple, not a part of a name. It could be lowercase. So grammatically, there could be an intent unless the committee wants to tell me every single time, make it capital or lower or something like that. I would need that direction.
I think we want it grammatically correct. And I think if we've got a bunch of those out there that need to be looked at, rather than make it part of this bill is to try and put it in the revisor bill. It's just a capital to a small case letter or vice versa. So it doesn't need to be part of this.
So, Mr. Chairman, the things in this bill would remain in this bill if there is something other than, or something in addition to the T, but if it's only a T, then it could go in the reviser's bill. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
And I guess what I'm trying to do is make it easier for staff. And so I would leave that to you if you would prefer to do it in this, and I'm okay with that. But if it's easier to do it in the reviser's bill, which may have at your discretion.
But Mr. Chairman.
Please.
But Mr. Chairman, I do want feedback from Eastern Shoshone and Northern Rapo. Do they want to be Eastern Shoshone Indian Tribe or Northern Rapo Indian Tribe, or take out the word Indian? Because that's throughout this too.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, certainly. And I just need direction on that because that certainly is.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so.
So Chairman St. Clair, Chairman. Who else do we have? We just want to make sure Claire, can you have Gloria? Yeah, I talked to Gloria. So if we can kind of have that discussion within the tribes and give us some feedback. Carry on, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, in all of these business council statutes, which are the 9-12s, starting on page 3, the language should say, however, as Chairwoman Ellis points out, sometimes there is the word Indian too, but as far as the grouping, each of these should say the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Rapo Tribe, or the Intertribal Council, or that could change to be some cooperative governmental body of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Rapo tribes. Then in here again in 902, you had also seen this previously. So it's the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Rapo Tribe, or the Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone or Northern Rapo tribes, or something if it becomes a different terminology. 1201 is also a 9-12-1201 is also a business council program. They had defined agency. That's their method of having include the tribes in this, but they had joint business council and made it be intertribal council. And then They all, and then it also takes out the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, Northern Arapaho Tribe, and at the top of page 5 to make that be very similar to the ones before it. And then in 9-12-1501, a similar attempt to make these all similar was to have it be the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone Tribes of the Wind River Indian Reservation or Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho Tribes. Next, move in the Title 14 on page 6, it had Arapaho with an E. And so that just changes Arapaho to without an E. And it does capitalize the T there too. There's another situation and also in Title 14. Title 14 is the children titles. Title 16 was a reference in this particular section. There was a reference to Wind River Reservation. And as I said, we were just going by numbers because more frequently or only 4 times it did not have the word Indian. So this pulled in the times that didn't have it. But if it is guidance from the tribes that they would prefer it without it, then we could pull in the ones alternatively that have it and get rid of it. And the word Indian when referring to Wind River Reservation. I am on page 9 at the very top. In the top right, you'll see the word Indian having been inserted. The bottom of page 9, also in Title 16, it changes joint business and puts in intertribal. This would be another location where perhaps language along the lines of cooperative governing entity may be inserted here. Or maybe that would be up in the drafting conventions in Title 8, as Chairwoman Ellis suggested. Page 10 is also references to joint business and changed to be intertribal. Page 11 has joint business changed to intertribal. The bottom of page 8, or sorry, excuse me, bottom of page 11 in section 802, 21-2-802, it talks about teachers of the Arapaho with an E and Shoshone with an I. So those are both changed to be Arapaho, Shoshone, or both languages. And then also on page 12 in Title 21, still Title 21 are the education statutes. This one clarifies the references and it includes the or the Intertribal Council of the two. And the same happens at the top of page 13 in that 21-4-601. And on page 14, there is the same reference. This is all one section, which is the education programs on the Wind River Reservation. And throughout subsection A, subsection B, and subsection C, there were just slight different references of whether it was or and if it included individual tribes or both tribes. So that's what this is trying to, this one is trying to make that consistent throughout those four or all those sections of 21-4-601. And then in 21-16-1307, this one had the Arapaho with an E. Same with page 16 at the bottom. And yes, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you. So on this section, it's really not a question, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. 21-16-1307, talking about curriculum, and we talk about foreign language. I have a problem with that. It's not our language of the Eastern Shoshone Northern Arapaho is not foreign. It's indigenous, an indigenous language. And so I have some proposed legislation, I'll just state it for the record, of recognizing that the indigenous language of the state of Wyoming, I would propose legislation to be the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho indigenous language. And it's not your question, it's just, I spoke with the co-chairs and it was suggested it wasn't going to be a committee bill sponsored by the committee, but I could run it as a personal bill, which I will. But that's so important. The pushback is we want to be inclusive and not exclusive. And we have over 30 indigenous tribes that can claim Wyoming as their ancestral territory. However, working with tribal historic preservation officers, they're pretty confident they can get letters of support of those 30 tribes that are going to support this legislation. So I just kind of wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
So Heather, would you look at that on 15 on line 16 and maybe put foreign or indigenous language? Maybe we could include that.
Mr. Chairman, are you talking about on line 16?
Yes. Would that solve that?
Mr. Chairman?
And so go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a little note of caution, that foreign language, we should probably look a little broadly of where that appears in statutes, again, just for that consistency piece. And 'cause it's not just graduation requirements, but it's Hathaway. I think we've changed Hathaway, but we didn't change graduation. It's all about consistency.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, Representative Clifford, Chairwoman Ellis, I believe on page 16 at line 15 would be another location for that. And I understand to look elsewhere for where that could be when it refers to education.
And that may be a revisor bill thing, whatever works best for you. We're just trying to correct the deficiency there.
Mr. Chairman, this particular one would most likely not be revisor bill, would be this bill. Because this bill, revisor bill attempts not to be substantive. It's purely mistakes and some things in this bill, for example, even like earlier on pages 12 and 13, when it was clarifying that education program, it wasn't just words. It was just saying, well, one section referred to either tribe or the council. And so then the next section, it makes it be either tribe or council. That is somewhat substantive and not just mistake though.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I just want to make that point. It's not just a cleanup bill, but this is substantive because
Right.
we want to identify those areas where
Mhm.
I think in prior legislative sessions, they just said the joint councils. But we're deliberately saying, no, each tribe on their own or together can apply or participate or whatever.
Mhm.
So this is substantive, and that's where I just urge people to really pay attention to this because we want to get it right. And there might be instances where we did mean that like two tribes together, the intertribal council only, not separately. So please, we need lots of eyes on this.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Chairwoman Ellis, because yes, this is, yes, policy, and from your perspective, that may have been captured not the way you want it to be in this bill. So please do look. On page 17, we are now in Title 22, which is, can't remember. But this Title 22, this particular one, that's the election code. And so this is, this says that a tribal clerk means an official designated by the Eastern Shoshone and an official designated by the Northern Arapaho. So this changes it to say an official designated by the Eastern Shoshone tribe, an official designated by the Northern Arapaho tribe, or an official designated by the Intertribal Council of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes. So it could be two or one person, depending on how the tribes would choose to do that. Title 24, as we move to the next page, that is a Wind River Reservation reference and whether to insert or remove. And I just need to know the word Indian. Page 19 in Title 35, which are some of the public health statutes, the reference was to Shoshone and Arapaho tribes, and this inserts Northern and Eastern into those. And the same with at the top of page 20, inserts Eastern and Northern. And here, and then here we are in Title 36, which are the land, gosh, excuse me one second. I want to see the title. Title 36 are the state land statutes. And so these are when with the creation of like Bighorn Hot Springs and the names of parks. And the Wind River Indian Reservation in both of these statutes on page 20 and the first one on page 21 was referred to as the Shoshone Indian Reservation. And then on the bottom of page 21, in Title 41, which is the water projects, and this is refers to Joint Business Council. And then there are some capital Ts and Joint Business Council to intertribal over the next page, over the next 2 pages. And then finally, on the last page, there is Arapaho with an E and Shoshone without Eastern. And so those were both fixed. Oh, I'm sorry, so sorry. Section 2 then of this bill draft goes in and repeals 9-2-1901 through 9-2-1905. And those are the statutes that address the Wyoming Indian Affairs Council which is something I'm not certain when it was created, but it's not in existence. So it's repealing those. And then there's the effective date of this act. That's everything, Mr. Chairman.
So with that, I think we'd like to take public comment. If there's any public comment on what we're trying to do here and updating our statutes to reflect the accurate use of names and councils. And if there is no public comment, which I'm not seeing any, then committee, are we together on this, that we now have time to look at this? We're giving the tribes time to look at this, and then we'll bring that back in October as well to work the bill and try and apply. So Heather, as part of your to-do list, could you craft a letter to each of the business councils, just kind of identifying what it is we're trying to do, along with a copy of this bill, and then request from them back a letter, with suggestions or recommendations that we can use and maybe using ahead of time. So Councilman St. Clair's, but I think that would work.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. Would you like working draft 0.5 to go to them, or working draft 0.6, which my understanding would have something inserted into the Title 8 drafting conventions that says that, joint, that basically makes a future name of the cooperative effort of the governing bodies apply, and would also have foreign or indigenous inserted in the 2 places in this bill, and perhaps elsewhere inserted into the bill. So would that be the version that
That
should go
would
to
be
them?
fine, and then we can, if the reference to any joint entity, we could get their opinion if they think that that's acceptable. So that'd be helpful.
And Mr. Chairman, the other question is, should all references to joint or intertribal become cooperative governing body? It's a very general term rather than the name intertribal council or joint council.
I think that was the intent of what I heard Senator Kaye say, is we're just trying to get away from having to redo statutes down the road. We're just trying to give it this
Yeah.
generic implication of an agreement between the tribes working together, whether it's a joint business council or an interagency. I think those changes we've talked about are substantive, but we're trying to step back and say, however, those are agreed upon between the two tribes, that there's.
That's
am I
true.
capturing that accurately or not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I also think that we may find in the future, there's not just one of those entities, or we may look in the back and say there are other cooperative entities between the two tribes that I don't have off the top of my head, but that, so it may not even be singular is what I'm really thinking. I don't know. There may be how government will evolve and down the road. I don't know. I want to give them the chance.
Yeah. So we look forward to seeing some of your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Poor Heather, she's really had to deal with a committee today that's probably not as fun as her other committee.
Mr. Chairman, I think the record reflect, let the record reflect, Heather said this is the best committee.
Yeah, I've seen her say that when you've had her in the corner. Yeah, so let's look at directives. Is there anything that we've missed on directives back to you? We've talked about these bills that we're going to come back and look at. Heather and Donna, is there anything that you need us to clarify?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just double checking. In this section of directives to staff and requests of others, going back to the beginning of the meeting, there is a request for a report on baseline comparisons of types of crimes, in particular for Fremont. That was a request to DCI, yes. And there's a request for LSO to ask the water engineer's office for a report on projects done with the joint tribes. And there's a request there are several actually questions to ask the water engineer, and such as what is the jurisdictional split when there are multiple water rights, and to ask about anticipated projects for the WIN Act money. Okay, and then, Mr. Chairman, we will bring a revised bill, several revised bills, but we will bring back the revised fossils and artifacts bill. We will bring back we will have the Attorney General here for the discussion with the Business Council bill that we just talked about, which will also be revised. And ideally, there will be an AG opinion that they've given to the Business Council at that time. And the 4 bills that we discussed today, but revised. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, the committee voted, I think, to sponsor one.
The Brucellosis bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that sounds right.
So Heather, I think you should refer back to the Business Council making a request to the AG on an opinion. That's for them to do, and we're not stating that they have to get an official opinion. It's just we'd like a little clarity from the AG's office on that matter.
Yes, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, that's everything I have, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else from the committee? There's a couple of things I'd like to go over if unless there's something that we've missed. Senator Salazar? I'm waiting for you, Mr. Chairman. That's generally the case.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
not
Kaye.
at this meeting, but as you recall, I think I reached out to you and Chairman Ellis. I heard from a constituent, and the issue was, how do you deal with landlocked parcels where the locking land is fee land on the reservation? And so how do you deal with getting to tribal land or maybe a tribal member owned land or land that could have a lot of names on it, but the access is blocked by fee land that belongs possibly not to a tribal member. And we had a little bit of back and forth about that. We thought that maybe the county commissioners would get involved in that situation to order the access across the fee land. And I never really followed up on that. Maybe that's as far as that's going to go. Maybe that's something we want to talk about next time. Help me out. Do you think we're done with that?
I'm welcome to further conversation, but as I'd reached out to county attorney, they're the ones, if they were going to try to exercise eminent domain or anything to get an access, it would require the county attorney or the county commissioners to do that.
So, and Mr. Chairman, that's like, there is a road statute that allows the county commission to order a road to help with people that don't have access. So this is kind of the same situation. The road would be ordered across this fee land, even though the fee land is within the boundaries of the reservation.
Yeah.
And I've never really gone farther than that to see if that's been done before. It sounds a little kinky kind of to me, but if that's what works and it has been working, that's fine.
So I had, the conversation I had is in researching that at your request was through the county attorney, and then and they says indeed that's where it would follow. And I did not, and I got the impression that that has been done before.
That's the impression I got too. So,
but we're happy to follow up with that. Let's talk about that as we prepare for that next.
okay, thank you.
And so I guess my point then to this committee and particularly to the public that's here, I wish the message could get back to we'll send this. October is going to be pretty important. We've got all these bills coming back that we tabled that are going to have a big impact. And so we need to make sure that we come in October ready to stay in our chairs and do our work and get a bill out of here. And then committee, we'll try as this stuff matures and becomes available, we'll try and get it out to you ahead of time to where you can chew on it and make, let's have some conversation so that we can be efficient in our next meeting. But I think this next meeting is going to be, we're going to have a lot to do. Huh? It'll be here. Yeah. Both meetings will be here this year. So with that said, and with your permission, Mrs. Blackburn, we'll adjourn. Okay.